Okay, first up, we can have a motion to adopt the minutes. Moved by Councilor Morocco, second by Councilor Iannoni. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay, all those in favor? It's unanimous, thank you. Disclosures of pecuniary interest, Councilor Wing and Iannoni.
Thank you.
And Morocco.
Finding matter AM 2011-016. I own a property in the planning notice circulation area.
Thank you. Councilor Iannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Check 353052 and 353195. I work as an agent for that company. And under RC 2012-05, the Gale Center update, in the report regarding the area on all employees, I have a conflict as a member of my family who works at the Gale Center.
Okay. Okay, Councilor Morocco.
Yes, Your Worship. I have two checks. Check 352716, check 353305, made out to my spouse.
Okay, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Your Worship. From the downstairs meeting, PD 2012-08, there was a committee of adjustment appeal that had a conflict.
Okay. Any other disclosures? Okay, and myself, I have checks numbered 352507 and 352970, two checks made out to myself as well. Okay. No deputations tonight, Mr. Clerk?
They're interspersed.
Interspersed, okay. Planning matters. First up, I'd ask the city clerk if he'd introduce the next item on the agenda, please.
Excuse me. Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a draft plan of subdivision for Dorchester Road, west side, north of Morrison Street, otherwise known as the Optimus Lands. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, March 2nd, 2012, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you very much. Now I'll ask our planning director, Mr. Hilevich, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Worship. This application involves the Optimus Park land. There's an application before City Council to amend the official plan, amend the zoning bylaw, and approve a draft plan of subdivision for the particular property. The lands in question are on the north side of Morrison Street, west side of Dorchester Road. Most people are familiar with this area. To the south is Zayre's Grocery Store, Home Depot, the former Walmart site, as well as a number of other commercial outlets. To the north is a plan of subdivision consisting of single and semi-detached houses. The application before you tonight is an application for, as I said, the official plan, zoning, and subdivision to allow the redevelopment of the Optimus Park lands. This illustration before you basically shows 120 lots for single-family houses. Those are colored yellow on the screen in front of you, as well a commercial block at the corner of Dorchester and Morrison Street, which is colored red. There's a white parcel of land in between the red block and the yellow block, which is not part of this plan of subdivision. Those are the lands that are going to be retained by the Optimus Club. In the southwest corner, or the lower left corner of your screen, is a parcel that's colored green. That's an area that's indicated as parkland, although as you'll hear, a portion of that is required for road widening. And there's a parcel of land that's outlined in blue, and that's the area that's the Morrison Street road extension, which is owned by the city. This application was previously heard by council, brought forward to council on July 18th of last year. It was deferred, or a decision on the application was deferred pending the transportation master plan that came in last fall, and council adopted a motion to protect the Morrison Street road allowance for a future flyover across the QEW. So the applicant has been working since that time to revise his plan of subdivision. As I've mentioned, the application is to amend the official plan from open space to residential, as well as a portion of the site for major commercial purposes. A portion of the site that's retained by Optimus will remain open space. There's site-specific zoning for an R1E zone with special provisions, a general commercial zone, and an open space zone which will be retained by the Optimus. City staff held an open house with the neighbors on March the 1st of this year. The concerns that were expressed by those in attendance were that there would be extra traffic traveling through Queensway Gardens subdivision via the Close Avenue connection. They were concerned about possible site drainage. They were concerned about the capacity of stormwater and sanitary sewers, and they were worried about the increased traffic at the corner of Morrison and Dorchester caused by the 120 units and the commercial space. As well, we received a number of letters expressing concerns regarding parkland dedication, regarding the loss of Optimus Park, the excess housing supply in the city, excess commercial lands, and the reduction to zoning regulations, all of which you'll hear tonight. Planning staff did find that the applications do comply with the provincial policy statements and growth plans. The official plan identifies the lands currently as open space, but there are policies in the official plan that says that lands which are privately owned, and Optimus Club is a private club, the policies say that those lands are not necessarily to remain open space indefinitely. The application, therefore, is to change the bulk of that open space to residential and a portion as major commercial. The review by staff found that the proposed development is a compatible form of housing with the housing already existing in the area. There would be a density of 18.5 units per hectare. The plan of subdivision provides for lots for single family, and those are placed next to houses also which are single family houses. It also provides for road connection to Close Avenue, a road extension that was anticipated more than 50 years ago when Queensway Gardens subdivision was laid out. Staff have received comments that there is adequate municipal services, water, storm water, and sanitary, adequate schools, adequate transit, adequate fire protection are all available. The parkland dedication, streetscaping, and sidewalks can all be addressed through the conditions of draft plan approval. The proposed commercial area is an extension of the existing major commercial node that exists at that area. In reviewing the plan of subdivision, staff had regard for a number of issues. The primary access into this subdivision would be west from Dorchester Road along Morrison Street. Traffic would then enter the subdivision along New Street A to Optimus Lane. Optimus Lane would then connect with Close Avenue, and Close Avenue with Durdine, Queensway Gardens, and Diane back out to Dorchester. We did examine and worked with the developer at the possible extension of Optimus Lane easterly, so extending it to the right through that red block. But what would occur is that intersection of the new Optimus Lane in proximity to Morrison Street created a safety hazard and traffic situation that we wanted to avoid. We looked again at perhaps swinging Optimus Lane around and extending it south again to Morrison Street, so that there would be two accesses to Morrison Street and no access to Close Avenue. Again, what would happen is that subdivision then would only be accessed from Morrison Street. If there was a collision or some other form of traffic condition at Morrison and Dorchester, it's possible that emergency vehicles would not be able to get to that subdivision. So the extension of this subdivision to Close Avenue was advocated by staff. A traffic report was submitted by the consultant to deal with that. They found that there would be a minimal impact in terms of the Queensway Garden subdivision, and it is 120 housing units, all of single family. Because of the decision by council to retain Morrison Street road allowance, we would require a road widening through there. It will take up a portion of that parkland, and so we would take only a portion of the parkland for park purposes. All right. I've already explained that Close Avenue was designed to extend further south. When these lands became available, now is the time. The developer is required to set back 14 meters from the Ministry of Transportation setback for the Queen Elizabeth Way on the west side. We wanted to also make sure that they had adequate rear yards, so we've set a rear yard setback of 7.5 meters. There are 3 lots, 34, 35, 36, which due to their configuration may not be able to meet that 7.5. It's going to depend on the house. The developer asked for a 6 meters setback from that MTO setback. So assuming that, in fact, the MTO setback is not ever required, there would be actually a 20 meters setbacks behind those houses at 60 feet. I mentioned that the applicant is proposing to dedicate parkland. A portion of that would be taken for road widening. The balance of that would be taken in cash. The Optimist Club intends to maintain a park. I mentioned that there is a walkway. You can't see the drawings too small, but there is a walkway between Optimist Lane. So those people living in the Queensway Garden subdivision who have enjoyed the access to the commercial area by walking along Close Avenue through the opening in the gate, and then thank you, and then extending into that commercial area will still be able to do so. The plan of subdivision as well requires that there be stormwater management, which will be accommodated through in-ground services. Therefore, we don't need a stormwater pond. There are a number of conditions attached to this plan of subdivision. We worked with the representatives of the developer this week, and so therefore you have in your handout package some revised conditions that are attached there. There are clarification of some wording with respect to the noise study that's necessary with respect to parkland. Yes.
Could I interrupt you, Mr. Erlovich? Councillor Iannone's got a question at this point.
Thank you. In regards to the conditions for draft plan approval that we got in our handouts, under number 4, Mr. Herlovich C, do I understand this is the municipality's conditions to the developer? Because you have them tapering Morrison Street from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. And I'm a little confused on that. Anybody who has ever gone into the Walmart Plaza down there knows you cannot possibly go from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. And the reality that we know Target is going in there, I don't understand the rationale for that. So can I have an answer to that?
Those would have been comments from traffic and parking. I'm not sure whether staff is prepared to.
He's going to answer it. Yep.
Thank you, because they have to be prepared. They gave us a document.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The tapering from 4 lanes to 2 lanes is past the driveway because the eventual flyover is going to be a 2-lane flyover. So what it is that you taper past the, once you get past the entrance to Walmart, you taper down to 2 towards the entrance of the new subdivision road, right there. Yep. So you're past the access already.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
With respect to the zoning bylaw, the applicant has requested an R1E zone. These are basically the same, and they've requested special provisions to the standards. These are the same standards as the R1F zone, which we've been using in most of the new plans of subdivision for small lot singles. So therefore, they're looking for a reduction in lot area, lot frontage, side yard setbacks, and there's only the change in rear yard depth for the 3 lots I mentioned previously, and a increase in lot coverage from 40 to 45%. I mentioned that block 122, which we colored red, is to be zoned general commercial for the businesses that are to locate there. There's a required reduction required to the front yard depth. They've asked for the control over the maximum gross floor area. We will actually be controlling the gross floor area through the parking requirements for this site, so it's actually not necessary to include that in the bylaw. The applicant's requesting that block 123 be zoned open space. I've already mentioned a portion of that's required for the road widening. So we'll take the balance as parkland dedication, and if there's any difference between the 5% that's due for the plan of subdivision and the amount that we receive in actual land, we would set that aside for a park. We're going to zone those lands as R1E because the intention is that it be a future flyover across the Queen Elizabeth Way, but we would be able to use those lands in the intervening years for parkland. So we don't intend for that to be permanent parkland, but we want to use it for park purposes until such a time as it's needed for the road. Staff have therefore found that the application can be supported, that it is consistent with the provincial policies, conforms with the intent of the city's official plan. The zoning amendment conforms with the city's official plan, provides appropriate regulations for development of those lots. The proposed connection to Close Avenue completes the road design, which was anticipated more than 50 years ago. The proposed lots will accommodate detached dwellings and are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The commercial block will accommodate a minor rounding out of the Morrison-Dorchester retail district, and the proposed subdivision complies with the official plan with respect to compatibility and density. Therefore, staff is recommending support of the application and that draft approval be granted for the plan of subdivision, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign. The draft approval be given for a period of 3 years, and an extension will be granted at a 1-year interval by council thereafter. The application to amend the official plan can be approved. The application to amend the zoning can be approved. And I've already mentioned the mayor and clerk signed the subdivision agreement. So those are the highlights of the application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erlovich. Are there any questions from members of council at this point? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, just a question regarding the townhouses. It's on the document there, and then I heard that the townhouses were taken out. Where does it stand now?
Mr. Erlovich?
Yeah, I apologize, Your Worship. That cover slide where it mentioned the 18 townhouses was the cover from the original presentation we gave last July, and I didn't catch that when that was going past me today. But the 18 townhouses no longer exist. Those were taken out. They would have existed down around where Street A and Street B converge.
Councillor Iannone was still in favor of the townhouses.
Any other questions at this point of council? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referrals that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will also result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 1724 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is anyone other? Yes, sir, you can step forward, please. If you would please state your name and your address.
Tommy Anello. I live at 6375 Balmoral Avenue. Since when did my, first off, before I start, since when did my street become Balmoral Drive? I was going to ask that when I was reading the minutes. No. I was, this was when I was speaking in November, so that's why I asked.
And the correct street is?
Balmoral Avenue.
Balmoral Avenue.
Yeah, so.
Okay. Noted. All right, thank you.
Very much. So, first of all, I should ask you guys, why are you guys even considering developing Optimus tonight? It's in the heart of the city. We have there's a lot of events that have been planned like Canada Day, the Rib Fest. The list goes on and on. Blood donor clinics. Heck, every day I've seen the signs, I've been scratching my head since April, thinking, why are you guys even considering it? So if this is developed, there's going to be a traffic chaos like Dorchester and Thorlstone. And don't forget, you guys have the train tracks on Morrison and Dorchester as well. So you're going to have a traffic chaos that's going to be affected for years to come. I asked this council not to develop this tonight. Otherwise, this will if you guys vote for it, I think you guys will live to regret. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, hold on one second, Mr. Anello. We have a question, Councilor Iannone.
I just want you to understand, we don't own it.
It's understandable.
So we cannot control what somebody brings before us. It's their property. If they want to sell it, which they have, that was the right of the optimist. You do understand that?
Yes, that's fine,
Okay.
Councilor. So,
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Councilor Gates?
Well, only because Councilor Iannone brought it up. I think we should establish before we even get going, and I'm in full agreement with you that we should not develop the land. We could leave it open space, no matter who has it, but I'd like to establish tonight, because I did go to the open house a couple weeks ago. I'd like to establish before we get going, whether it's on a point of privilege, as of today, which is March 26th, 27th, where the date is, who actually owns it today before we proceed. To Councilor Iannone, because she had just said they sold it. Who owns it today?
You know what we're going to do? Why don't we hold off on that? We're going to have the proponent up here once the public, and then that can be our first question. Yes, Councilor Iannone.
No, I think it's a good question to answer the speaker, too, because my understanding is it closes in June, but right now the control is with Branscombe. Am I wrong?
Well,
I think it's important because we're getting the emails. Councillor Gates went to the meeting. I'm getting calls from people who say, well, you guys can stop the sale. No, we can't stop the sale. And there isn't one of us around this table who wouldn't love to see it deemed open space. And it's easy to criticize a past council of the day when you weren't here to go through the whole process in regards to recommendations, negotiations, whatever advice we got of the day. This is where it ended up. So I think it's important to answer those questions for the people who are sitting here to stand up and say, don't do it. We don't own it. We're not developing our open space, our parks. We're not touching them. There isn't one person around this room who would have loved to say we could, A, at the time have afforded to purchase it, or B, right now have control over what the Optimist does, because we don't. So it's great to stand up here and politically pontificate. It would be great to keep it open space. It would. But right now, if my understanding is correct, legally, Branscombes have control of this property. Can you tell me if I'm right or wrong?
Well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask either Mr. Muratori or Mr. Amadio to speak up, and maybe you could speak just to that, if you don't mind.
I think we can both speak.
Okay, fair enough.
Legal opinion.
If you can just come to the mic, if you don't mind.
am I good, by the way?
Yeah, you're good. Thank you, Mr. Amadio. You're good.
We have a binding agreement of purchase and sale. The purchaser has waived all of the conditions of the agreement of purchase and sale. The purchaser has paid an additional deposit. The transaction will close in June, irrespective of what this council will do. The lawyer for the Optimist.
Mr. Amadio?
We do have an unconditional agreement of purchase and sale. If they don't close, then we'll sue them. We'll forfeit their deposit and sue them. Now, you see that we are retaining some property, which requires a severance. But if that severance doesn't go through, then Branscome's got to buy the whole thing. And then what happened was he was to buy the whole thing originally. And then we asked him to find us a piece of property that we could build a new clubhouse on. And he came up with the idea of staying there. And that's why that's there. But it's not.
And just it's
not an impediment.
In response to the councillor's question, his point is, as of today, it's in the ownership of the Optimist.
Yeah.
As of June, it'll be in the ownership of Mr. Branscombe.
Yes, and we have an agreement with him.
Right, you control it. It's just on title, right?
We can't do anything with it, and we have an agreement with him that would allow us to keep using the building after closing for a short period of time.
Right. Well, thank you. Councillor Ioannoni?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that's all I wanted cleared up, because I wanted the residents to understand, at no point can we stop this sale. At none. Mr. Mayor, Tory explained to us that this sale is going through whether we like development going there or not. So to stand here and say, oh, I disagree, I think we can stop this, we cannot. Their sale will close. As soon as all the conditions were waived, it was a given. So I don't want anybody sitting at home thinking we can stop this sale, because we can't. All we can do now is have control over what we zone and what we don't.
Correct. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor Tory?
Mr. Mayor, point of order. I mean, this is a statutory public meeting under the provisions of the Planning Act. There is one consideration before this council, and only one: whether or not council will approve the application for official plan amendment, bylaw amendment, and a plan of subdivision. We have gone through, we have offered to discuss it. If somebody wants to talk about purchasing this property, please call Mr. Branscombe, because I'm here to deal with the planning issues, nothing else. That's all this meeting is supposed to consider.
Thank you very much. So continuing on with the public meeting, are there any other questions? Anyone else other than the applicant that would like? Yes, sir. If you would please step up to the microphone and state your name and your address, please.
Yes, hello. My name is David Devine, 4468 Queensway Gardens. As previous two meetings, the main issue of this subdivision was the opening of Close Avenue. And as a representative from the developer stated many, many times, this is being forced upon him by the city, that he must open Closed Avenue in his subdivision plan. And everyone who lives in the Queensway Gardens area, Dordean area, do not want that. Now, I listened to the planner state that we have to have that access open just in case Morrison Street has an accident. That way they'd have another route to leave. Instead of coming straight through the crescent, or that circle, and out onto Dorchester, which would be to the east of that property, the developer stated in the front of that property will be an in and out exit for that development there. So if they're going to go in and out on Dorchester, there's no reason why half that subdivision, if they want to, can exit straight out onto Dorchester and keep Close Avenue closed. That's a viable way out. Only half that subdivision would use it. The other half would still go out onto Morrison Street. So I don't see any reason why that can't be opened up. The other alternative, we were suggesting that lot number 97 or 98, 99 be eliminated and be put over onto Close Avenue and open that up going into Morrison Street. That'd be those two lots over there. And the developer said, oh, that's not up to us, that's up to the city, because they keep saying we have to have Close Avenue opened. And that's the main objection of everyone that lives in that area, to close that off permanently. Again, there's lots of subdivisions in this city. Del Park was one of the last ones that stopped the developer from coming through their dead-end street. That was probably there 50 years ago as well. There's developments that are happening out on Grand Niagara Golf Course where they closed Grassy Brook Road off, stating that the developer wouldn't develop unless it was closed. That, again, created a problem for people there. For emergency vehicles could only come in one way, yet the city closed that off. So I think there's lots of areas where the city has closed roads off for the convenience or traffic flow issues. So I don't see any reason why Close Avenue has to be open when there's two alternatives. And even if Morrison Street had a problem, why would all these people have to get out, these 120 homes at once anyway? I think that is a bogus reasoning not to put that back through there. And the other issue, if we do an overlay of Optimist Park as planned there, to develop that land in a 5 or 10 year span, and I don't want to be nasty when I say this, but most of the people who now in control of the Optimists are probably in their late 60s to early 80s, who will probably die off in the next 10 to 15 years anyway, and that land will become open. So if 97 and 98 already exists a road onto Morrison, that'll let the developer come in that way and develop that land in such a way that they could put a cul-de-sac type property in there with townhouses and utilize that area to a better development than open space. Again, the developer's representative said that the city opted not to have an open green space. They took the money instead. So if the city felt that the Optimist was going to provide that green space, for how long, who knows? So I'm saying we should overlay Optimist so that we can look at a roadway that'll feed into additional development, keep Closed Avenue closed off, and use 97, 98 as a roadway, or go east right back onto Dorchester. And I think everyone in that area would be happy, and there'd be no problem approving that.
Okay, let's get some answers. Maybe we can ask Mr. Hurlovich and Mr. Dren if you could maybe address the traffic situation, why it's been suggested that we would open up Close Avenue rather than exit onto Dorchester or Morrison.
Well, I'll give it a shot and see how far I get. Maybe Mr. General can help me. Excuse me. It's not so much that 120 people are going to leave at once. One person might have a heart attack and need emergency services to get in there. So it's one house. One house with the person with a health issue is too many to leave at risk. So it's not necessarily that 120 people all need emergency access.
Can I interrupt 1 second? That is exactly the reason that the people who live on Grassy Brook Road said not to close it, because of that same statement you're making, but you still closed it anyway.
Well, I hope we've learned. So in any event, we do need two accesses. We have in that actually Queensway Garden subdivision, there are over 700 houses in there. There are only 3 points of access out of that plan of subdivision. This actually benefits that subdivision as well.
That's not true.
If you can just direct all comments to me, please. So let's get an answer to the original question.
And as I said, so having 2 means of access onto Morrison Street means that we don't have the emergency access. We're creating an unsafe condition. We as staff can't recommend it.
Okay, and
that statement is not true, because you can go in and out through Dauphin Street. If you want to go in the back way around Freeman and back down that way, you can come out on Dauphin. So there are actually 3 points of entry and exit off of that subdivision.
yeah, I think that's what we're saying. And Mr. Dren, was there anything you wanted to add to the traffic considerations?
I think Mr. Hurlovich summed it up pretty well. The issue is that if you have an access back onto Dorchester Street and something happens at the intersection of Dorchester and Morrison, emergency vehicles can't get through to the subdivision. This gives an alternative to that subdivision, that they can gain access from the rear of the subdivision through Close. So that's, I mean, you're not accomplishing anything by having 2 accesses there if the main intersection shuts down.
Okay, thank you. So your main concern is Close Avenue.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay.
And the residents that live in that area, and the 2 meetings that we attended were all the same. No one wants Closed Avenue open.
Okay, we've got a question from Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Worship. Not really to Mr. Devine, but more to Mr. Hurlovich.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Excuse me, is there anything else?
No, that's all I had to
Okay,
say.
thank you very much, sir.
I understand the issue of the residents not wanting Close Avenue open. And I understand the reason that you gave in here is that you want the subdivision to have 2 access points. But in that sense, we always create instances that only have 1 access point. I mean, you only have to look at the subdivision that's being proposed, and you can see that lots 26 to 49 only have 1 access. So I'm kind of left puzzled as to the reasoning. I mean, that staff were using. Staff were saying it has to have 2 access. I mean, if there's an accident at that corner there, then those houses are inaccessible.
I'm sorry, which houses are you referring to?
Like I said, 26 to 49.
Well, yeah, because the distance, we have a policy, 150 feet or 150 meters distance, which we've dealt with before. The distance from Street B to the end of the cul-de-sac is less than 150 meters. So we can get emergency services in that distance.
We've also, if we can add to that, our Chief Smith would like to comment on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we're looking at is exactly what Mr. Hurlovich said. We're looking for two ways to access the properties, and we can have certain portions of dead-end streets, cul-de-sacs, and that sort of configuration, as long as they don't exceed 150 meters maximum. And they have to have a turnaround facility if they are between 90 and 150 meters long. So in this particular instance, the original configuration did not meet our requirements for that. We worked with the developer to actually come up with a revised Street B configuration that did allow us to have two means of access to get into the bulb section of Optimus Lane.
Councillor?
Your Worship, I guess just to that point, I mean, if there was an accident at that intersection, how do you propose that you get fire services around the accident?
Mr. Mayor, we'd have two different ways to get in right now because we go down to Durdine and get in through Close and come around that way. There's two ways that way. If we come in through, and so the drive-through kind of route would be up Street A, down Optimist, and down Close Avenue. That creates two ways to come into the subdivision. Where it then comes down to one lane is once you get to the intersection of Street B and Optimist Lane. From there to the end of the bulb, there's only one way in and out. And so that creates the dead end portion of the roadway.
And I guess that's what my question would be.
So your question is?
I guess the point I was trying to make, Your Worship, is that staff are saying that they need two access points. But if you take a look, I mean, beyond Optimus Lane and Street B, there's only one access. So if we're using that as a reason for why we want to open up Close Avenue, I guess I just don't understand it because we're creating another situation that only has one access inside of this subdivision.
Well, Mr. Mayor, you're correct in assuming that there are certain sections, but all the sections that are currently within that configuration are 150 meters long or less. And so there has to be a SAW at some point, and the determination is 90 meters without a turnaround facility and up to 150 meters. If you don't have Close Avenue in that configuration, you exceed 150 meters quite extensively, and it's an unacceptable situation.
Okay, I understand that you would exceed, you'd have to have an alternate plan, is what you're saying. And as Mr. Devine pointed out, you can take lots 98 and 99 and have a road that would come south down to Morrison Street. I mean, that would solve it as well.
Mr. Mayor, there's many different possibilities when you want to design a subdivision. We don't design the subdivision. We merely look at approvals for the subdivision designs that come in from the fire perspective. And the one configuration that wasn't acceptable with Close Avenue in was revised by the developer.
Any other comments? Okay, we've got Councillor Wing and Thompson.
Thank you. I'd like to just stress Mr. Devine's comment about Grassy Brook. Closing Grassy Brook when those residents were citing the same concerns that staff are now citing in this case as a reason not to close a second entrance to a neighborhood. To me, that says double standard. So this is a really important point. And when he said that the neighborhood is concerned about what these concerns he brought forward are indeed what we have heard coming out of the neighborhood through emails and so forth. I can't support this in its current configuration. I know I sat and looked at Schedule 1, and it's the very thing staff are talking about. They said, if something happened at Dorchester and Morrison, well, when I looked at this, I thought, if I was coming from the north end of the city and I was heading to Staples or Home Depot or I guess Target or perhaps even Zehrs, and there's something had happened at Dorchester Morrison, what would I do? Because traffic would be all backed up. I wouldn't want to sit and wait, and I would do exactly what you can see in Schedule 1. You pop onto Diane and down and through this new subdivision down Close, and you could just like wind your way down a few turns and you get to where you want to be. So when the residents in Queensway, the Queensway Garden subdivisions, talk about their fears for safety and the amount of cut-through traffic they can expect, I don't think they're wrong at all. I think it wouldn't even take something happening at Dorchester and Morrison. I think all it would take is Christmas shopping traffic at Dorchester and Morrison, and there'd be people like myself who know the city and where to cutting down through their subdivision. So I cannot support it with Close Avenue being open to Queensway Gardens.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. I have a few things to say about this whole process. I think it's rather unfortunate we're in this position, and criticism directed towards the council, and also people trying to take advantage of that for their own reasons. You know, this goes back a long way. Optimus Park has been the center of activity in this community for many, many years, and very much appreciated. And there were discussions that were going on within City Hall for a long time when decisions could have been made and should have been made if we ever wanted to preserve this park. Some time ago, the late Ron Cloutier came to me and said, you know, we're all getting older, and we want to do something about the park. And we had discussions with the city, and we were very offended because during the discussions they said, well, why don't you donate it for $1? And at that particular time, everything broke off, and that's why we're in the position we're in here today, where a developer, they put it up for sale, and a legitimate developer has bought it, and we're in the situation that we're in today. Sometimes I smile when I think of over the past years of all of the complaints I had from the residents along Parkdale regarding the baseballs coming over into their yard, and we had to put the nets up. The complaints even recently about the noise with the Rib Fest, Canada Day, and all the other things. So you'd think some of the people would be happy about this. I don't think it's a good thing for the city. I think it's a sad situation, but it's a fait accompli. We are not in the situation today where we can say, hey, we're going to buy this park, or we're going to stop this process. It's a done deal. We have to deal with what we're talking about here tonight. And as I looked at the whole plan, it's pretty insignificant now, and you have to realize if this council made a negative decision, it would be naturally appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board. And looking at that development, single family with a commercial area on a busy commercial road, it's an automatic. It's going to get passed. There's no question in my mind. I think it comes down, in my opinion, Close Avenue. This, in my opinion, protects the people in that whole development by cutting that off and making sure that 200 cars a day aren't going to be congesting that subdivision and that development. So I think it's kind of narrowed down to that situation at this particular time. And regardless of the 150 feet distance, regardless of all the other standards, there's no reason why the council can't make a decision to protect the residents in that area with respect to Close Avenue. Even if they put chain across there where the fire department in an emergency can just break through and go into that area. What the people don't want is constant traffic from what could be 300 or 300 people in that particular area going up Close Avenue into their development. If it has to be a temporary closure that the fire trucks can break through in an emergency, what's wrong with that? I think that's a reasonable suggestion. But if it has anything to do with me, I like the development. I think we've passed anybody saying, let's stop this, let's keep it as green space. That isn't even in the discussion here tonight. But Close Avenue is. That's where the impact is going to be on the people in that development. And I personally will not support anything that opens Close Avenue. And I think there are lots of innovative ways of doing it, even if it's a temporary heavy chain across there, which happens in many situations, to make sure it's available in emergencies, and also that Close Avenue isn't open where the people are going to be inundated with a lot of traffic. So that's my stance on the situation.
Okay, maybe we can get a feedback from our chief on the idea of a temporary type closure of a chain, maybe?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. In some cases, chains are acceptable because when we come up to a locked area, we can cut it with bolt cutters and just carry on. We're only one of 3 emergency services that would need to potentially access from 2 different areas or from 2 different sides to an area. I don't believe that EMS and Niagara Regional Police may be carrying the equipment to be able to do that. That's one situation. The other one is we have to make sure that the roadways are cleaned and accessible at all times. So snow removal becomes more difficult when you end up having a blockage across the roadway. And I guess I can leave the comments to Mr. Holman regarding that. But those are some of the concerns that we have to have additional work to complete to be able to get that access through. But certainly the fire department can cut a chain.
Okay, Mr. Holman.
Maybe that could be another condition where the developer provides a chain cutter for the other EMS.
Mr. Holman, any comments on the, do you plow in the areas where there's chains currently?
Well, Mr. Mayor, in this case here, because it's a cul-de-sac, would likely be on a loader beat. So we'd be using a loader as opposed to trying to get a snow plow in through there, and we could accommodate that fairly easily.
I'm sorry, Councillor Carrier?
On the same vein, what about making that street one lane, one way, so that they can't go out that way? It's one way, one lane. You could only go from Close Avenue into the subdivision. You could not go the other way. So the emergency vehicles could enter, and traffic couldn't go the other way.
Mr. Dren, any comments on that?
On the one-way issue, I would think it's such a short piece of road that you probably would get a lot of people going through there both ways and choosing to do that. I know they're breaking the law, but, you know...
If you set it up so that they weren't supposed to do it, then you'd police it so they wouldn't do it. But if you made it one way, I mean, you can't set up to say people are going to break the law and do it. It's a pretty long section. If you made it one way and one lane...
It's an option, definitely.
If the other idea that Councillor Thompson didn't work, it might be a solution just to have one-way traffic. And at least if there's a problem, you put a policeman there and you stop the traffic from going that way.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was awfully glad to see the townhouses leave that development. I had residents call who were concerned about that. But I was always terrified that we would see the type of development that was put before council in regards to the Pettit Avenue, and that you'd have people who had single-family homes or two-story homes would end up with apartment buildings behind them, or that's what the developer may bring to us. I was glad to see that not happen. What I don't want to see is us go against our emergency services department and not have 2 entrances. I think it opens us to a liability. I think if there's a problem down the road and something happens and somebody dies, and we're going to go back and pull Mr. Hurlovitz's tape where he says 1 house and 1 person at risk is too many. I like Councillor Thompson's alternative idea. If you could make it just an emergency access, there's fire lanes in so many communities. Why couldn't we have one? But I think for the residents over in that subdivision who don't want it, there's got to be a compromise we can find to help us.
Yeah, thank you. Alex wanted to comment to that.
Yeah, Your Worship, I don't want to stop discussion. We have yet to hear from the rest of the residents. We've yet to hear from the developer, and I'd hate to hear council making a decision before we've got all the information in.
Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Councillor Wayne, did you have a comment?
Yes, I was just looking at the diagram on the wall. What about Block 97? Why couldn't that be an alternate exit? Looks like it goes down to a driveway in the commercial area that's in red.
That's what Mr. Devine said.
Yeah, okay. I mean, why wouldn't we do that?
Because it goes back on the first.
Mr. Dren, did you want to address that?
Yeah, again, you know, that's an alternative to have the additional access, but you're still coming back onto Morrison. It's still 1 access point only for fire. So if there's a problem on Morrison, they can't get through that subdivision, and that's why we were saying that there needs to be 2, Close being 1, and off of Dorchester or Morrison being the other.
Okay, well, why don't we continue on, and we'll come back. At least we've dealt with one of the major contentions and with some ideas on how we may be able to deal with it. Is there anyone here other than the applicant? Yes, sir. If you could step up, please, and state your name and your address, please.
Okay.
My name is William Robinson. My address is 7011 Durdeen Street on the north side of the Optimus Park there. What I would call attention to council now is a petition that I circulated among the residents. I think all of you should have a copy of that by now. And with, I think, only one or two exceptions, all of the people along Durdeen Street, Queensway, Queensway Crescent, Diane Crescent, Diane Street, and Freeman have all signed this petition to keep Close Avenue closed. So you're dealing with 50 or more residences and all of the people who live in those residences that want to keep Close Avenue closed. So I draw that to your attention. On the back of that, with regard to the traffic and the traffic surveys that have been done, I've included a picture of the traffic situation that quite commonly occurs in this subdivision. And as a matter of fact, the police have just done a blitz through the month of February to ticket speeders and people who don't observe the stop signs. So we already have serious traffic problems in this that would be compounded by opening Close Avenue. My other comment is, with regard to the fire chief and his concerns, why could not there be access through the Zayres parking lot? If the intersection of Dorchester and Morrison was blocked, you could always get access through the Zayres parking lot and up onto Morrison Street and into that subdivision. Okay? The other thing is that what I would say is that council does have authority over this transaction. You do not have to approve this rezoning. If you don't approve the rezoning, then the city would have a position of authority to negotiate a rental agreement with the Optimus people, and that the city could assist in, if they're worried about the operation of the park, the city could assist the park with the maintenance and the operation of event planning and that sort of thing through their Parks and Recreation and Culture Department.
Okay.
Okay.
And maybe we can get an answer to your first two comments. Maybe Mr. Beeman, if we can ask you for your input on the idea that if this was not approved, what authority the council would have over this property and its uses.
Well, we wouldn't be any different than we already are right now. Mr. Muratori has already explained, and Mr. Amati have already explained what the legal relationship is on the ownership of the property. If we don't approve the zoning, then the result of that is an appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board. The zoning, the subdivision, the official plan amendment will be appealed, and there'll be a hearing. And I think that it's, I echo Councillor Thompson's observations. I think it'll be a hearing that Mr. Muratori is likely to win. So in which case it would be, that would be achieved. As far as, and the Optimist Club will not be in control of the land, so there's no point in negotiating with them. As far as this idea of renting or having the park staff be on there, the point is, it was explained to us by Mr. Amati and Mr. Muratori, the owner of this land is now the River Realty Group. It's just a matter of formalities of closing the transaction on the appointed day.
Okay, thank you. And to the first question, if I could ask the chief, the suggestion of coming in the back way through Zayres as an alternative exit, and whatever your comments are on that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's private property, and we really don't have control over what goes on private property. Today there's maybe access, and tomorrow they could change the configuration, build different buildings, and we don't have that same access anymore. So it's not an acceptable long-term means of being able to deal with the situation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robinson, did you have some other comments?
Yeah. With the idea of closing Close Avenue, the two lots on either side of Close Avenue are wider than the other lots in the subdivision. So that if you were to close Close Avenue, you could put two lots 10.16 meters wide and have a 6-meter wide pathway left for the emergency vehicles that could enter into that. You would also have connectivity between the two subdivisions, because people could walk from or ride bicycles or wheelchairs, whatever, up that pathway and enter the subdivision and have access to the Optimus parklands there. So that Close Avenue does not need to remain open. And if you would look at the pictures, that all you need is a car parked on either side of Durdeen Street, and the street is essentially reduced to one lane, as shown by the picture that I included in that petition. And you'll see that you can't, when there are several cars parked along, the street is one-way reduced then for a long distance into a one-way street. How can you accommodate 200 cars or more, not only leaving for work in the morning and returning at night, but also doing all of the things that people do for shopping, all of the entrances and exits that would be made for people shopping, going to doctor appointments, paying bills, etc. That traffic would increase a great deal. There is already a serious gridlock serious situation that arises when trains go through, and this subdivision would only be exacerbating that situation when trains go through. The school children who walk through these streets face an increased danger from higher traffic volume. And many people in the area don't obey stop signs now, as evidenced by the fact that the police have to come in and blitz the area, so that increased traffic would be a serious consideration for the school children who cross Dorchester Road from Queensway and go on to Cherrywood Acres School. All winter long, people regularly slide through the corner of Durdeen Street and Queensway and wind up on the lawns there. I've had people on my front lawn who couldn't negotiate the turn from Parkdale and the stop sign at Durdeen Street at that. There have been several accidents. The traffic light at Freeman Street and Dorchester Road was installed some time ago as a result of a traffic fatality for people trying to access traffic onto Dorchester Road. And so you're going to dump an entire subdivision through our subdivision and then onto Dorchester Road and increase the problems there? That's my concern. I would remind Council of the decision regarding the Chef Boyardee property, where increased traffic and residential the overdevelopment of the area was denied simply because the streets could not handle that kind of traffic. And the situation will be made even worse once the former Walmart store is changed to a Target store, and in my information is even going to be enlarged. There is also the development of the former Acres property. If that goes commercial, what kind of traffic are we facing on these roads and through the subdivision? As the lady councillor pointed out, that if there is a blockage at Morrison and Dorchester, they're going to circulate right through this to get to the Target store and to this commercial subdivision. And I would reiterate the fact that if the council denies the application, that you still have control over whoever owns the land, whether it's Mr. Branscombe or whether it's the Optimist Club. And if it remains as green space, then that's all it can be used for, and the city should negotiate with whoever the owner is so that you can continue the use of it as a park.
Thank you very much. Your comments are
Respectfully,
noted.
thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Beeman, you wanted to comment?
I just think it's important that everyone understand that it's very likely, given the amount at stake here, that if council chooses to keep this land green space, there will be an appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board. The Ontario Municipal Board is very clear in a number of cases, which I'm sure Mr. Muratori will be happy to share with you, that if a municipality intends to keep private land zoned for something like green space, it has to be prepared to buy it. the municipality is not prepared to buy the land, then the OMB is going to rezone it to something where the owner can get some return on his investment. So unless it's like the only exceptions to that are things where there's some incredible natural area, there's some kind of endangered species on it or something of that nature. So I think council should be aware of that before they vote on this. If they're thinking of trying to keep this land green space, that's an unlikely thing to accomplish. It would be the miracle case of the year if we ever won that. Of the year, the century. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Would the optimist classify as an endangered species? We've got Councillor Wing and Iannone, please. Oh, no, yet? Okay, Councillor Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important to point out to Mr. Robinson's summary there that the Chef Boyardee property is in front of the OMB very shortly, if not already. I can't remember what the date was. And it's going to the OMB with our staff recommending the scaled down version and council voting against it. So I can anticipate it's highly likely that some version of that development is going to be approved and the residents are going to have that development whether they like it or not. By the very fact that staff is supporting this, I went through this document looking for a planning reason to turn it down. We all want to keep the optimist. We cannot call sentimentality a planning use. So I'm going through it thinking my kids grew up playing there. I need to find a reason why we can say no. I couldn't find it. So just so the residents understand, we have to find a planning reason to turn it down. Not do we like it, not has it historically been there, not, you know, is it a cute open space, because it is. It's on a planning standpoint. And our staff is saying there is no planning standpoint to turn it down. And the OMB's argument is going to be, we won't even be able to use our staff to go to the OMB to fight the decision because our staff will have approved with Mr. Mayor Tory. So I think it's hard to sit out there and understand the process, but to me the only reason to turn it down would have been a bad planning, and I can't find that other than Close Avenue.
Thank you. Is there any other? Yes, sir, Mr. Robinson?
Just in response to the councillor's comments, the park generates a tremendous amount of revenue for this city because every time you bring teams in or you bring visitors in for whatever it is, whether it's a craft sale or whether it's a model train exhibit or, as its major use is now, soccer and baseball. I know I played hockey with an old-timers team, and we did a study to show that by bringing in only 48 teams, that our tournament generated about $750,000 worth of business for the restaurants and gas stations and hotels in this area. Look at all of the revenue that's generated by this park when it's used as a park. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Councillor? Yeah.
And just through you to Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, we know those are good arguments. Those are not planning arguments. And we can make a million reasons here why we don't want Optimist to close. Not one of them is a planning argument. And that is not a planning argument. Or we'd use it. Or we'd use it.
Respectfully, then, why is the...
Okay, you know what, we're going to just ask all comments get directed through here. What's that? Yeah, but we appreciate your comments, and they're noted, and we appreciate the situation with the traffic and Close Avenue, and appreciate your comments, Mr. Robinson. Councillor Morocco, rather, you had a comment?
Yes, Your Worship, just a comment, personal comment, is that I actually am very disappointed, too, that we could not purchase Optimus. I think it's sad that I'm supporting this development, but I guess we really don't have any other choice but to support what is in front of us, I should say, because I think that it could possibly be worse development with a lot more housing developments, town housing, apartment buildings, etc. I think that the plan as brought forward to us is probably the best plan that we would see and the best plan that would be for that subdivision. The fact is that we have to deal with 120 homes, people accessing and both in and out of that subdivision, I think really now becomes a main concern of mine. I would not support this plan without 2 entrances and exits. I mean, there's just no way I would put people at risk. If it's done in the past, that's fine. That's another council that made those decisions. I would not want to sit here and say that I'm going to only have 1 entrance and exit to this subdivision of 120 people.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant? Oh, Councillor Wing, rather, you'd like to
Yeah,
comment?
I think there is something else we can do. We can defer this application, because I really want to explore other alternatives to opening up Close Avenue. You know, even if, and I apologize when I said 95 and 96 before, is because when it's difficult to see from across the room, and I had taken 85 and 86 to be 95 and 96. So what I'm looking at now is at the end of the bulk to the right, to the east of the site plan. That area could be reconfigured, the commercial area could be reconfigured, and run something there out to Dorchester, even if it's only right, if it's right only exit and right only in. You know, there you'd have your extra exit, and you wouldn't need to open up Close Avenue, because I can support this if it's not for the fact that the Queensway Garden area has spoken and said, we don't want Close Avenue opened. And I totally understand and agree with their concerns, and I just cannot support it if that's going to be open. So if there's a lot of us having doubts around this table about the wisdom of opening up Close Avenue, then let's defer this, send it back to the drawing board, and have a plan come back that doesn't involve Close Avenue.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Peter Angelo?
Yeah, Your Worship, I mean, I don't mind deferring it. I mean, I'm not going to vote for it with Close Avenue open anyway, but I wanted to hear from the developer just to see if they had an alternate plan.
Okay.
You know, I think we're here now, we might as well hear from them.
Do we want to hear from there, or do we want to finish getting our feedback from the... So we're going to get to the developer. We're going to follow proper procedure here. Why don't we see if there's anyone else with any new information? Is anyone here other than the developer, other than the applicant, that would like to speak to this? Okay, there's no one else, no other new issues. Well, that's great. Then why don't we now then hear from the applicant? Let's hear from the applicant. Mr. Muratori?
Mr. Mayor, members of council. First of all, very briefly, we support and endorse the recommendation of planning staff. We've had more meetings than I've ever had with any planning staff because we understood the sensitivity of this thing, and we tried our best to come forward with a plan that was not only compatible with the area, but tried to address as much as possible the concerns that had been expressed to us. For instance, Ms. Wing's concern about the stand of trees. We are preserving the stand of trees. This is part of the things we've done. So the report, I think, is a very thorough report. We knew from day one that Close Avenue was an issue, was going to be an issue, that in fact it came forward in the very first meeting we had in May, I believe, of 2011 with the first public information meeting. And at that time we were completely frank. We said we have looked at other alternatives to the opening of Close Street. Engineering department, traffic from the city says that is the logical choice. We went back to our traffic engineer because we heard all the concerns. We went back to our traffic engineer, and in addition to the traffic study that was done to assess Dorchester and Morrison, we said go into the residential neighborhood and do an assessment of the capacities of the streets within the residential neighborhood. We did this not because we were requested by staff, but because we heard the concerns of the citizens. And in fact, our engineer came back, and it's filed. As a matter of fact, if you still have the booklet that I gave you at the last public meeting, I attached it for all of you to read. There's more than ample capacity. I understand none of us, wherever we live, want more traffic on our streets. But I deal with the technical issues of planning, and quite clearly, there is ample capacity in this area. at that meeting, I said to the people, specifically to Mr. Robinson, I said, look, at the end of the day, if this matter goes to the Ontario Municipal Board, the only thing the board will be interested in hearing is called evidence. Evidence. Someone who has the qualifications to stand up and say, yes, the streets are already at capacity, you can't put any more traffic, or no, the streets are not at capacity. And I said, I urge them, I always do this because I also act for a citizens group. I say, you need the evidence to go forward. We will look at alternatives to Close Avenue, that is, if you want to deal with it as an emergency access, but I would be lying to you if I said that this isn't the best plan from a public safety point of view. Your traffic department, your fire department are absolutely correct. Our traffic engineer concurs. This is the best plan from a point of view of public safety. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind about that. If you want us as the developer to consider something else, i.e. an emergency access point there, which is really an issue for the city, not for the developer, because it's your right of way, that's fine with us. But is it as good a plan? No, it is not as good a plan from a safety point of view. You know, a right in, right out is only ever used. I have, in 45 years of doing this, I've never seen a right in, right out for a residential road. It happens in commercial development. Never have I seen it in a residential road. So we looked at the extension of Optimus Lane all the way through Morrison. It simply would bring a residential street too close to the intersection of Dorchester and Morrison. Another entranceway on Morrison would be completely, totally useless. Another entranceway on what is, in fact, a dead-end street. That's what it is. Call it whatever you want. If there's a major accident at the intersection which delays an emergency vehicle anywhere from 1.5, even a half an hour, it could mean the difference of life and death. Traffic is absolutely correct. You want us, as the developer, I don't particularly want to go to the board. I will. God knows I've been there before. But if you want us to consider the alternative, that's fine. But let's not make any mistake. The alternative will not be as good a plan from a safety point of view. It simply won't be. I'll answer any questions anyone would like to give me.
Any questions of council for Mr. Muratori? Yes, Councillor Maves.
I don't have a question for Mr. Muratori through you, Your Worship, but possibly to our legal department. Should we defer this or turn it down? Can the developer come back with something whereby they're going to say, well, instead of housing, we're going to put all kinds of large apartment buildings in there? Is that a possibility if we turn this down?
I suppose it's possible, but I don't think that's a likely scenario. I think the more likely scenario is that they'd go off to the board to get what they have there.
My client would never do that. My client would never do that.
But there are chances it could get worse.
Well, he could. He could sell it to somebody else who can then go forward with it. Of course.
Now, as far as the alternative, the Close Avenue, now I would presume if we didn't do that and we just left it the way it was with the one access, if that was possible, the developer would have 2 extra lots to sell, and as well we'd have Close Avenue as a lot for the city to sell if we could find another alternative route. Then so possibly it would be a win-win situation. But then again, the loser would be the residents who would lack an emergency access. Correct? So this is vital to the development.
Well, it isn't vital. Let's make a distinction here. It isn't vital to the developer. The developer really doesn't care from a dollars and cents point of view. It's another piece of road he doesn't have to build. So in that respect, it's not a big issue. The issue is a public policy issue as far as I'm concerned. It's a question of safety.
So it's a safety of the
Absolutely.
citizens. Thank you.
Councillor? Are there any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Gates.
Yeah, first of all, I'd just like to clear up a couple things. And the reason why I asked the question at the start of this debate is on the document that I was passed out today. It says the owner is River Realty Development, and that's why I asked the question. It is here. The second thing is to the points of my fellow councillors on the fact that nobody wants to see it turned into housing. I think we're all in agreement there. I'm not going to speak for my fellow councillors. This has been a piece of property that we've all enjoyed for a long, long time, including myself. I played a lot of slow pitch there when I lived in St. Catharines, and I moved to Niagara Falls when I met my lovely wife. So I've had a lot of good times at the Optimus Park. Do I think the city needs to protect our green space? Absolutely. Do I believe the city in its current form needs more housing? When we've taken a look at the amount of growth that has been in the Niagara region, particularly in Niagara Falls, I believe we have enough housing that we've already approved as a current councillor and a councillor before I got here that's going to last us about 30 years. So I'm not so sure we need more housing. I take a look at the commercial in that area, and there's a lot of empty space there already. So I'm not so sure we need more commercial space here either. And then I take a look at what it's going to do for the quality of life of the residents that are been here today, have gone to a number of your meetings, one that I also attended.
Councillor Gates, do you have a question for Mr. Murtaugh?
Well, I'm getting to the question.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
I'm getting to it, but I think it's important you allowed other councillors to speak as well, and I think I have the right to say what I'm saying. But there's one thing that I want the residents to know. Through the review that happened, we had an in-camera meeting. There was a lot of debate about trying to maybe even buy 4 diamonds there just a short time ago. And I came to the public meeting and I asked a question to the lawyer, and I said the offer was $300,000 an acre. And it was my understanding that it was bought for $200,000 an acre. And I was told that those numbers weren't accurate, yet they were the numbers that were explained to me. And any councillor, all my fellow councillors, I believe that particular meeting, said we're not going to pay $300,000 for property that's really worth $200,000. I can't speak to what transpired before, to the mistakes that maybe the city made with the Optimus, because we all know the Optimus do incredible work on our behalf. So I'm asking the lawyer, was there a proposal that came to our council that was offering it for $300,000 per acre? I'd just like to clear that up, because when I went to the public meeting, I asked that question, and I was told it wasn't accurate, yet that was what was proposed to us.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. This is a meeting within...
I have no idea what of any of offers or negotiations or efforts to buy this property. Any negotiations that I know of that took place about buying this property did not, or that I've heard of, did not involve me. So I don't know what values were offered. I don't, and the only person I know actively negotiated directly with, that I believe, at least it's my understanding and my information is secondhand, was Mr. McDonald himself when he was the CAO. But I never saw any actual physical offer, a paper with an offer on it, as to for buying or selling the property. That I wasn't involved in any of those discussions.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, but as I said before, this is a meeting held under the provisions of the Planning Act to consider 3 issues, all planning issues. When the councillor was at the public meeting, I replied and I said to him, and I will repeat here, no, I don't. I'm not going to deal with your figures. First of all, the matter was dealt in confidence, and quite frankly, Councillor, if you didn't know that, I'm really offended that you even brought it up, because essentially what it tells me is that the next time I have to meet with you in confidence, I'm not going to meet. So that's one. And secondly, it is completely improper, quite frankly. I'm not here to lecture, but I am really upset, Mr. Mayor, that we're allowed to get into this when this is a planning meeting.
Well, Mr. Muratori, I don't know what question's going to be asked until it's asked.
Yes, I understand.
So, you know, and I mean, a lot of the councilors here, they've got questions. There's a lot of emotion, a lot of passion, and we appreciate why you're here. Councilor Gates, is there anything specific to the planning that you'd like
Well,
to
no,
add?
but I think in fairness, I'll respond to it. The reason why I raised it here is it was in the Niagara Falls review. It wasn't just a in-council, in-camera. It ended up in the review, and they were the figures that were put in the review. So I asked the lawyer exactly if it was true, and he said it wasn't. So that's why I raised it. And if you're offended, so be it, sir.
Okay, everybody, we appreciate that everyone's very emotional about this, and a lot of us grew up at this park, and we understand things are changing, and it could be better, it could be worse. So the fact is, we have a proposal before us, and we have the lawyer representing the proposal before us. Is there any questions that we'd like to ask Mr. Muratori before we close the public meeting? This is your last chance to ask questions before we bring forward a vote. Any questions from Mr. Muratori? Okay. Thank you very much,
Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What is the will of the council? Councillor Wing.
Deferral and to give the chance for a different site plan to be brought back that would not involve opening Close Avenue to public traffic.
Okay, we have a motion for deferral. Is there a seconder to the motion for deferral? Okay, we'll ask one more time. Is there a seconder to the motion for deferral? Okay, that motion is defeated. Councillor Thompson?
No, I'm not interested in deferring this, but I think the intent of the motion is to try to come up with a solution regarding Close Avenue. And I think that's the major issue we have in front of us right now. I suggested a chain barrier to close it off. I think that's a good alternative, but I listened to Mr. Muratori's comments. Another roadway coming out there would be too close to the intersection with the light right there at Morrison. So I don't know whether deferral is, I wouldn't support a motion unless it had to do with the closure of Close Avenue. So I don't know whether we approve it subject to that as a condition, but we'll see what other comments are made.
Okay, Councillor Gario and Iannoni.
Thank you, Your Worship, to our planning staff. Could we live with an emergency entrance of some sort on Close Avenue? Not a street, an emergency entrance exit. Could we somehow come up with a...
Through the mayor, we could deem the road as an emergency access only road, similar to what you see on the QEW when you see those where those turnarounds exist on the QEW, and it says that's for OPP and so forth to turn around. So you deem that stretch of road as emergency access only.
Well, how would they get? Then how would they get through those barriers if there's barriers?
That's without barriers. It would be signed, you know, on the signs it would say the fine, and it would be without barrier.
Could we not design the? You couldn't design the roadway to be an emergency entrance and exit only, without barriers. Couldn't come up with an emergency entrance exit without barriers, or
Again, you know, I'd have to look into that a little bit more with respect to that, but I mean,
you don't have that
it's
anywhere else in the city where we have an emergency entrance and exit only, just for the fire, police, and the ambulance.
the only ones that I know. There's one or two that are chained, but that's about it. But they have ways around that chain. That's the thing.
Ways around the chain.
Yeah, the one I'm thinking of in particular is the one at Ontario and Hiram, where the vehicles could actually get around the planters or push the planters away. I'm talking about large vehicles, though. Like a police vehicle couldn't push the planter.
Mr. Ilovich, want to comment to that?
Well, I think the proponent's lawyer gave you the best advice. Is an emergency access, a chain, as Councillor Thompson suggested, the best way? It's one way. He thinks that the design they've come up with is the best way. So it's really up to this council to decide whether or not to take the alternative as suggested by the councillor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Iannoni?
Mr. Muratori says his design is the best. We have hundreds of residents who don't want the through traffic going through their subdivision. To have just an in and out with a sign, I'm going to tell you, a harried mother with 3 kids in the back of her car trying to get through that Morrison-Dorchester intersection is going to take Close Avenue, whether she's allowed to or not. And just hope your parking bylaw or your police aren't sitting on the other side. That's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. So that's not an answer. Councillor Thompson, I thought, had the best solution. Mr. Muratori said it's not in there. If we pass this, subject to the condition of close, it's our roadway, so it's up to us to design how we allow our fire service to go through that. So the only alternative I can see is to support the approval of this application, subject to the condition that the city create Close Avenue with just a fire route exit with some sort of bollards, chain, or emergency entrance method. I don't even know how other to word it, because it would have staff bring back the most creative way to have emergency vehicles, EMS, any EMS vehicle, get in through Close Avenue. So that would be my motion, because that's the only thing we have control of.
So you're making a motion to approve the recommendation.
To approve the recommendation subject to the condition that Close Avenue not be open to through traffic, and that it be an emergency roadway, fire lane, whatever you want to call it, with closed access, only accessible by emergency vehicles.
Okay, and maybe first we'll see if there's a seconder before we get comment from our chief. Is there a seconder to that motion? Okay, Councillor Thompson seconds it. Chief, do you want to comment on that option?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. My comments are solely towards emergency access, and I hope everybody recognizes that. But when I'm looking at the best option, and I agree with Mr. Muratori, that is the best option. We've come up with that option. We put that option forward. We're in full agreement with that. And the reason that it's difficult to accept any other option, even if it's a post and chain detail, is seconds mean a lot to us when we're responding. So every day we're cutting off one keystroke, one word in our dispatches, trying to get out as quickly as possible and get to the emergency. So to me, if I have to send the firefighters through an alternative emergency access route, that means they have to stop the truck, get out of the truck, get the bolt cutters, go over to the chain, cut the bolts, move the chain out of the way, get back on the truck, and carry on from there. There's a delay. So there is an impact. And so I just want to make sure that that's clearly understood. That's where I'm coming from. That's where my comments are based from.
Okay. Councillor Morocco and Thompson?
Your Worship, again, I'm just going to reiterate the fact that I will only support 2 access and entrances into the subdivision. I think what's in front of us is the best. I'll tell you one thing right now, as a grandmother with a little infant child that stopped breathing just a few days ago, minutes was his life. And when you've got 120 homes in there and you need access, and you've got emergency vehicles that have to bolt cut, bring a fence or whatever it is, a chain to get in there, there's no way I want to support it. It needs to have open access, and I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Through you to the chief, is there not other devices that are available that chains that you just hit with the bumper of a vehicle that break open? You don't have to get out and cut them up. There's other accesses. You don't have to jump out with the cutters and delay it. They go through, and emergency vehicles go through them, do they not?
Mr. Mayor, in many cases when we want to restrict access, unless you have a very secure device, people find ways to overcome them when they're laying on the side of the road. So I agree with Councillor Thompson's option and looking for different options. And we've used different options in the past, such as knockdown posts. What happens is they get broken off. And that happened before. I think it was. They can be replaced as well, but it's a maintenance issue. So that is another option that could be undertaken. They're not as secure, and again, it's a maintenance issue.
Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Mays.
Your Worship, if this goes through, we pass this, And as it is, Close Avenue becomes ours then, is that correct? Then we will deal with that street, that becomes our street. And we always have traffic problems on certain streets where we requested to put traffic calming or rumble strips or whatever it could be. And I'm sure that if we pass this and it goes through and there is an excess of traffic or what have you, we can deal with it at that time and make some changes, whether it be the chain link or whatever it is, or the fencing or the one-way or the fire lane only or whatever it be. We can deal with it at that time, I would think. I think the best thing to do is probably, because this is going to go through at OMB probably anyway, so I think we're going to have to deal with it down the road eventually anyway. So I see no reason why not support this, have the two accesses, and when that road gets open, we'll deal with it as best we can. There may be some new development come by the time this development gets in anyway. So I would suggest we pass this and deal with it as need be.
Well, Councillor, just remind everyone, there is a motion on the floor to pass this with the addition that Close Road be closed with a chain or some barrier, that it wouldn't be used for through traffic, only for emergency vehicles. So the current motion on the floor, as long as everyone understands, is the way you saw it, but with a chain or some sort of barrier that would only be accessible with emergency vehicles. So it would not have two entrances. It effectively would have one entrance in and out of the 120 house subdivision. Councillor Carrier.
I was assuming that the motion meant to leave that the way we do it with the staff, to come up with the best way. I wasn't under the assumption that the motion was it had to be a chain, to come up with the best way to make an emergency access. So maybe there's a better way. Maybe someone will come up with a better way.
Except for emergency
Right,
access.
but not necessarily that it's a chain.
Okay.
That the motion means that leave it with staff to come up with the best way to make Close an emergency entrance and exit only.
So
that's what I could support.
okay, fair enough. Does the mover and the seconder agree to that? Yeah.
And that's what I said, Mr. Mayor, the best type of barrier for emergency management services, but so that the residents have the peace of mind that those are going to be the only vehicles that can use that, and it's not going to be a throughway to Target, because that's what it's going to be.
Okay. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Worship, the only thing I want to mention is that we've done this before. I mean, the one subdivision that comes to my mind is Beaver Valley, and through you to Mr. Hurlovich, can you just confirm, or Mr. Trent, we do have an alternate access into Beaver Valley that's right off of Kaler Road, and I believe it's a chain fence. Or sorry, not a fence, just a chain.
Through the mayor, that's correct. There is a lot that's been reserved until Beaver Valley extends at some point in the future, and this was reserved as an emergency access at some point to be sold as a regular lot once a secondary access is developed.
Okay. Any other comments or questions to the motion before we? Yes, Councillor Wing.
I just want to make sure that there will be a physical barrier to regular passenger
Through
vehicles.
traffic.
It's very important that it be, because I know we're kind of leaving it up in the air what kind it is. I just want to make sure it's a physical barrier. Okay.
Yeah, so the idea is that we approve this proposal but without allowing through traffic other than emergency vehicles. Right. Okay, everybody's clear on the motion. Any other comments or questions? So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? All right, it's carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, we've got warm water.
Sorry to say.
All right, we're going to move on with our meeting. I now ask the clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda, please.
Your worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit a bed and breakfast at 5982 Culp Street. Notice was given by first-class mail on Friday, February 24, 2012, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you very much. If I could ask the planner to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Hurlovich.
Thank you, Your Worship. This application is to add a bed and breakfast as a use to the existing residential zone in this large Victorian house. The property is a corner lot at the corner of Culp Street and Orchard Avenue. The predominant residential or fabric of the area is detached dwellings. There's some commercial and mixed residential on Main Street to the east. The site plan for the property is on the screen. There's a large footprint of the house, which is outlined in red. The lot is quite large. There's a driveway into the property from Orchard, which could accommodate 3 parking spaces. A new driveway is proposed onto Culp Street, which would accommodate 1 car. That's the only change that's proposed to this site. So they're looking to add a bed and breakfast as a use. They're looking to recognize some of the existing yards around the building. So there's a exterior side yard of 3.5 or 3.1 meters that they wish to have recognized. The parking area on the exterior side yard is 65 meters, whereas square meters, whereas the bylaw allows up to 50 square meters. They're looking to reduce the rear yard depth to 2.25 meters. That's an existing situation. And they want to recognize the building height, which is at 11.9 meters rather than 10 meters as provided by the zoning bylaw. There was a neighborhood meeting. There were 7 residents in attendance. There were no concerns or objections to the application at that time. The property is designated residential. Residential designation allows for bed and breakfast as ancillary uses. That's subject to their location, size, and traffic generation, not having any disturbances on the adjacent neighborhood. The staff found that this application does comply with those requirements. The existing residential character will be maintained. There are no significant changes other than that change in driveway. There are no changes to the building itself. The site is within walking distance of various tourist attractions and services. The uses are not expected to disturb the surrounding residents as there's sufficient amenity space and parking space. The tourist home is not expected to generate significant amount of traffic, and the dwelling as a tourist home represents a appropriate reuse of a heritage property. The property is currently zoned R2. The property will remain zoned R2. They just wish to add the tourist home or bed and breakfast to the list of permitted uses. The applicant has requested that be restricted to 3 bedrooms. We're in agreement with that and feel that the scale would make sure that the proposal is compatible with the neighborhood. I've already explained the reductions in side yards and area. Those are to recognize existing situations. Therefore, staff is recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application for the site-specific R2 zone to permit the single detached dwelling to be used as a tourist home with a maximum of 3 bedrooms. Those are the highlights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Are there any questions of Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at today's public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referrals that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Anyone here other than the applicant? Okay. Great. Then we will now hear from the applicant. Please state your name. Mr. Cristelli.
Yes, well, thank you very much.
Do you have any comments, Mr.
Exact
Cristelli?
words.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Cristelli? Okay, seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Thompson moves the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Morocco. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Good job, Mr. Cristelli.
No, thank you.
Yes. Well done. Okay, next up, we have okay, Mr. Pietrangelo. Councilor Pietrangelo, are we ready? What's that? I swear to God. That was liquid. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would ask our Director of Finance, Mr. Harrison, to open his presentation on debt management, please.
Operating budget.
Yeah.
Operating budget first.
Yeah. Actually, we're going to start with Mr. Chairman. We'll start with the operating budget. And I see we have lots of time. It's only we're on Western time, so it's, we have plenty of time. We won't have the 11 o'clock curfew tonight. Tonight, we're going to we have a presentation on the operating budget. Just to restart this, our staff began to put this budget together in the third quarter of 2011. We provided a preliminary budget January 31st, 2012. The budget was based on maintaining core services. All of the directors were provided direction to go back and ensure that that all costs spending was justified. In our presentation of January 31st, we provided a detailed review of the of each classification, both by object code of our spending, meaning labor, materials, contracted services, as well as by responsibility center. The binders that you received earlier in the year provide all the backup to all those that spending requirements. We also went through a process where we reviewed the fee-for-services and the grants that the city gives out to groups. There was a reclassification of some of the groups, particularly the YWCA Women's Place, Project Share, and the Niagara Falls Art Gallery. We identified that there was some main drivers in the increase in spending this year. The spending increase originally was brought in at 4.3%. The true spending increase, though, is about 2% when you factor in that included in that higher number is spending related to the new VTS system, which is going to be funded through a partnership with the NPC, as well as the inter-regional transit system, intermunicipal transit system, sorry, and that's, again, the region is picking up the full cost of that service. Flipping to the next chart, we can see that there's been some, on the revenue side, there has been modest growth in non-tax revenues. This current year, we've seen significant assessment appeals that are ongoing. We've made provision for the largest of those in this budget. We've seen solid real growth in assessment. Not as good as previous years where we've had well over 1%, but again, Niagara Falls continues to lead in its growth in assessment, both in the residential properties and in its commercial activities. This is real new tax dollars that will show later in the presentation the positive impact this has. This is the last year of the 4-year assessment cycle, and it's the last year for the phase-in of assessment. If you recall, the provincial government through MPAC had a assessment increase in 2008, and those increases have been factored in over the last 4 years. This is the last year. 2013 will be a new assessment year, which will bring new challenges for all municipalities as we face with increasing assessments or decreasing assessments in some cases. The one other item that's been dealt with this year was that the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which is funding we received from the provincial government, the announcement came in after the budget was presented to you. And it came, certainly.
You mentioned about the assessment the last time in 2008 was put in over 4 years.
Yeah.
Now, when the new assessment comes in this year, is it going to be, is that a policy, the 4 years, or could we get the whole whack, everybody be hit with the new assessment without being phased in?
My understanding is that the Minister of Finance has indicated that it'll continue with the same process. It'll be a phase-in for residential properties. Again, tonight is the, I'm sure we're missing a few viewers that they've been watching the provincial budget presentation, but that was tonight as well. And I don't believe, reading some of the documents that I received earlier in the day, that there was any change to that process. So we anticipate it'll be a four-year phase-in. So moving to the next chart, we can see where we're at. Originally, our spending was going to be $99.6 million. Subsequent to the council recognizes that to put together the budget binder is a significant process. We identified after the budget was prepared and coming for print that there was a few items that needed to be reduced in the budget. First of all, the mandate provided by the CAO was that there would be no new positions included in the budget. There was 3 positions that in the first go-around had made it through, so we've eliminated those positions. These are new positions. The transit review was extended into 2012, but that's been completed, and we don't see the need for that expenditure. And the other item is overlap of our infrastructure staff that's included in the utility budget, but also was included in the operating budget. So we reduced those previously to show the revised spending at $99.0 million. The original proposed revenue before we started talking about any levy increases was $96,037,000. As I indicated, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund increase, we had estimated that there would be a bigger reduction based on what had happened last year, but we were fortunate to receive, we're going to receive this year an extra $227,000. We put that back into our budgeted revenues for 96.2. The difference between what our expenditures are and what our starting revenues is 2.797 or $2.7 million, which is the revised requirement for our levy increase. This is where I indicated that the positive impact of the year-over-year assessment growth. Our staff have calculated that the value of that growth, which is just under 1%, is $501,000. That indicates that the additional levy requirement really is $2.2 million, which is 4.48% of an increased levy, compared to if we were to capture the full impact of the assessment phase-in, we would see an increase of 4.62% to the levy. So there is a modest $72,000 opportunity for reduction there. So staff has recommended that the levy increase would be option A, which is a 4.48% increase in the levy. Now, how does that translate to the average property holder? The regional budget is completed. The impact of the education rates has also been completed. The waste management, which is a regional levy, has also been put in place. So we're able to say that for the average property value, which has increased from $200,353 to in 2012 to 209, which is a 4.4% assessment increase. The city portion of the property tax increase would be just under 4.4%. With the reduction in the waste, there's a reduction in the waste rate. There's a reduction in the school rate, modest reductions, and then an increase in the regional rate of 3.15%. All in, a property owner with the average assessment going up 4.4% in assessment values would see a tax rate increase of 2.8, or tax increase of 2.88%, or $81. The city portion would be $44, which is approximately just under 80 cents a week. It's important, as I said, that Niagara Falls is the engine for growth in the area, and it's important to recognize what our municipal, not competitors, but our municipal counterparts are facing. The all-in tax levy increase or impact on the property owner, that in 3 of the municipalities that are completed, St. Catharines is 3.48%, Fort Erie is 3.4%, Port Colborne is 3.95%. Tonight must be budget night because Welland's dealing with their budget tonight, and Thorold is also at their next council meeting is going to be dealing with them. Welland, the indication is that's going to be in around the same as the 3 I have listed, and Thorold's going to be a little bit higher actually right now that they're projecting.
They're at 10%?
Pardon?
They're at 10%?
Yeah, they've got some revenue issues from what I understand, that they're having significant impacts. We in Niagara Falls are lower than the others. Obviously, no one likes a tax increase, but what we're looking at is an increase that's in line with what our other municipalities are facing, and is consistent with what is reasonable in the inflationary climate that we're facing. So, moving to the next slide. We've put together a chart here based on if council wanted to consider adding to the budget. Again, obviously this is a discussion. If there's considerations for reductions, we certainly entertain those. But during the budget deliberations and throughout the fall and throughout the winter season, we've had discussions on things that staff have not included in the budget and what the impact would be. So now that we know what we've got a point where we can start to look at these other items that have been excluded, we can start to see that we put together a list of items that for consideration. One of the items that Mr. Holman has indicated in his original budget is that we continue to need operating increase in spending on road repairs and patching. These are temporary temporary improvements to the road system that results in it just resents fixing potholes and doing the other remedial work to extend it until an overlay can be completed. The sidewalk replacement is an operating expenditure because in general terms what we do is that even though the asset is the sidewalk asset is a long-term asset, we generally only replace small components of a larger section. And so these are operating expenditures. Mr. Holman put forth in the fall an indication that a sidewalk restoration or replacement program would be about a $5 million over 10 years. So we've put in $500,000 as consideration for council. If we were to do, and I know one of the municipalities has proposed this, is that they would just raise their levy by 1% and have it just earmarked strictly for capital projects. The impact would be $540,000 or 1% this year. If we were to do something a little bit different and earmark it for specific capital programs, again, looking at Mr. Holman, asphalt overlay continues to be an area of concern. The road system, again, $1 million is a proposal that is required on top of what we spend already. And then, again, during last summer, there was a lot of discussion and debate about the condition of our playground equipment in the various parks. Mr. Holman put forth a 10-year plan, and if you were to decide to fund that strictly, it would be just over 1%. The last two items are transit plans. We had a committee of council do some work. They came back with some recommendations, and there was significant operating expenditures as well as the capital reinvestment or investment, because it's not reinvestment, this would be new, that would be necessary. And so the cost to implement year one, but you would also have to have year two done in that as the plan operates, would be approximately 5.48% over the 2 years. One of the items, the last item I put on there just for consideration is an elimination of the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. The funding that we receive is called transitional funding. Every year we're at the risk that the province would cancel that. Reading the documents put out by various writers on tonight's provincial budget, it doesn't indicate that they've had a complete elimination of the program, although they are downscaling it with details to follow. So again, we're back in the precarious position of not knowing what that is. But the impact of losing that funding, because it is a direct input into our operating budget, would be 3.77%. So those are some considerations for council. You know, this is the difficulty that senior staff has had when putting together a budget. There's things that, you know, in a perfect world we'd love to do. We'd love to have these things included, but you can see what the impact of it is, and it's not simply, you know, do one at the exclusion of others. This is the challenge we have. And again, we're going to have these challenges moving forward as in the future as we go forward. So moving to the next slide, just to sum up, I thank you for your indulgence tonight in this presentation, and I'm welcome to take any questions. All the directors are certainly willing to take any direction that you have.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Marco, please.
Yeah, just the puzzling and difficult questions we have with respect to the Niagara Parks Commission. Where do we stand with that? Where do we stand with the assessment appeal that was successful by the casino? How is that going to impact on us? And you also indicated that you don't think you're going to be affected, or you could be affected by the budget tonight with the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund.
The indication, the preliminary reading document that I printed out between our previous meeting and this one was that the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund would remain in place. However, they would be seeking reductions. again, as they indicated, we receive, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund is really intended to give municipalities that do not have, are not receiving strong assessment growth, or maybe in northern communities, that's what the intention of the program was. When they initially put it out, we received a significant amount, and what they did for communities that, when they redefined the quota, they called it transitional funding. Every year, this is one of the things that we've asked the Ministry of Finance. Every year we've asked for some sort of long-term plan. If you're going to eliminate it, give us an indication over the time period that you're going to eliminate it, what the impact is. Again, last year we didn't anticipate as large a reduction. It was almost $500,000 that we had to take. And this year we anticipated a similar $500,000 reduction, and it was only half of that at $227,000. So again, it's kind of a guessing game, and we'll have to wait for more details to come from the province. The NPC, as was reported in the newspaper, there's been a change in direction at the NPC. We've had an opportunity to discuss with the acting general manager the renewal of our agreement with them in regards to the compensatory payment, and we're confident that we're going to be meeting with them over the next few weeks to try to iron this out, and we're confident we can work out an arrangement. Again, it's at we're at the preliminary stages.
How is that figured into the budget?
We've included the PIL, that's not called PIL, the compensatory agreement at what we had budgeted last year. So the impact, again, would be significant to residents if we are not able to work out an arrangement. That's $960,000, and this is the third year that we are operating without an agreement in place. So they've paid us approximately $250,000 towards that, $275,000 towards that. So it's a significant negotiations that we're underway. But again, we'll be reporting back to council as the impact of that. As far as the large assessment appeal that's underway with the OLG, this is still in front of the Assessment Review Board. In your budget binder, we have set aside a reserve for what we believe could be the potential mitigation of that. Again, it would be a large impact on the municipality. It also would be a large impact on the region, so the other municipalities would be negatively impacted as well. We're hopeful that we can get a positive response, and certainly if we were able to maintain the assessments at that opportunity, then we would have to look at what we set aside as a reserve in the future. But right now it's premature to judge what the impact would be.
Okay, Councillor.
With negotiations with the Parks Commission, are you, now that there's been a change of leadership and hopefully attitude there, are you also discussing the maintenance of what is now Falls Avenue, used to be Robert Street? Is that...
I believe there's a number of issues that we are sitting down with the NPC, and we're hopeful that we can work out an arrangement with on all of these.
How about getting back our $15 million for the VTS that they took from our grant that we got from the provincial federal government? That should be an automatic.
Well, it's the agreement is a partnership between ourselves and the city to operate the VTS system. I think that we have an agreement in place, and I can't see us changing that quite soon.
Yeah, it certainly is a shame where you get a government grant from the government and you end up giving it to another government agency. Unfair.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Morocco and Mayor Diodati.
Through the chair, to Mr. Harrison. Actually, I'm just kind of disappointed in the fact that it takes so long to approve a budget. And I guess my question is this just kind of the norm? that we're almost like 1/3 of our fiscal year, and we haven't approved a budget. I know that there's other cities in the region that have already approved a budget. I'm just wondering, how can we make this better? I think that one of the councillors before, Councillor Thompson, even made comment that this should be done around November, December.
Times Councillor deferred.
And, you know, here we are going into April. I'm not here to criticize the staff. I mean, maybe it's an error on council ourselves, is that we're not
Well,
moving,
council did
moving
defer it
along.
twice. Council did defer it twice. So, I mean, perhaps we can look at ourselves.
Well, then,
But I'll let Mr. Harrison answer, or Mr. Todd if you want to.
Thank you, Chair.
maybe we should start, if we're going to defer it twice, maybe we should start tomorrow.
Well, we're almost at that point. But Councillor, thank you. We, as the chair indicated, we've deferred it a couple times. As you recall, late in the year, we went from a different council schedule from Monday night to Tuesday night. That cut back a couple meetings right at budget time. You know, I think if we can get down and deal with this tonight, what we did do late in the year in December, we did give pre-approval to half of our expenditures and half of our capital spending, which has kept us going this for several months. So we're in good shape there. But I think what we need to do is, once we put this to bed, I think we ought to really sit down and have a discussion amongst council to say, is there a better way that we can look at doing this process next year? Because truly, we will get at this starting probably come August again. And, you know, I think there maybe is a better process that we can get this done in a more efficient or a more timely manner. But I think we have to involve all the council in that discussion.
All right, and through the chair to Mr. Kentott, I think there's some things that are just a given that we can't change, you know, like our capital expenses, and there's things that are just a gimme that we have to deal with, we have to pay. But, you know, I think we seriously have to look, and I know that it comes to us in a package of certain grants and fees for services. And as I sat with staff and listened to some of the challenges that we have, I think that our mandate we've kind of gotten away from, and I think that it would be good for staff to kind of get us back on and stop looking at everybody that comes and asks us for money and just say, no, we can't. It's like you're running your household, and if you don't have the money to donate, you just can't donate. So I think we have to look at some of the organizations that have these hefty reserves, and also organizations that have other ways of being funded that don't need our money. So I would just like to actually maybe make a motion that council and staff sit together, as you indicated, Mr. Todd, a little bit sooner, and hopefully get this back on track, as Councillor Thompson said, around November, December, having it approved, so that the money that's being spent, which we've already spent far into an approved budget that we haven't approved, makes us look a little bit more responsible to our duties. My comments.
Do you want to address that?
No, I agree with you, Councillor, and I think there is a way to do it, and I think what Councillor Thompson refers to of past years, there's a very good opportunity to approve your revenue, or I'm sorry, your expenditure part of the budget. Your revenue targets really won't come until the new year. The Treasurer usually doesn't get all those numbers. We typically don't get our own funding or levies from the region or the school boards until the new year. But there's no reason why we can't have our expenditure part of the budget put pretty well to bed prior to the end of the year. Then we know where our spending's going to be for the year, and that'll send the departments off so they know exactly what they've got to deal with for that year.
Sure. And just to that point, I think we have to look at the mandate. We talk about our streets and roads, and we're criticizing the few dollars that we're going to put into Jeff Holman's department. It's a no-brainer. It needs to be done. That's what we need to be looking at. So I think we really have to focus on the needs of our city and what our mandate is as a council.
Okay. I have Mayor Diodati, unless anyone is on that point. Unless anyone is on that point. Okay. On that point?
I'm following up on there was a few points. I'm following up on the part of we've gone beyond our mandate, and we've got to really look at the organizations that are coming to us and asking for money. As an outgrowth of one of the earlier discussions on this, I had a conversation by, I think it was Facebook message and email, with a couple of officers of one of the organizations that comes to us, and You know, basically the first guy was taking me to task for wanting to cut off money to them because they provide a very essential service to the city of 25 Christmas baskets a year. And, you know, some more discussions came out of that, and I challenged them to show some leadership in the community by saying, you know, by stopping their requests. Because basically, when we give money to organizations which provide food and shelter and something like St. John Ambulance Safety Patrol that are very necessary for safety, it's one thing. Because people who are in the community and have a property that, you know, no matter how small it is, they're paying taxes on it. At least they do have a roof over their head, and they probably have food in their fridge, and their life isn't in peril. But when you take pensioners who are struggling to stay in their homes, or single parents struggling to stay in that home, and you force a donation from them through their taxes, and you give that to a badminton club, or a lawn bowling club, or a men's service club, you're making people you're not taking money from people and forcing them to help somebody who's less well off than themselves. You're taking it from them and forcing them to help people who are better off than themselves and can afford to be a member of a lawn bowling club or a badminton club and so forth. And I challenged this organization to show some leadership in the community. And the last answer I got back to them was, well, we have a meeting tomorrow night, we'll talk about this, but you know, it's going to be pretty hard to turn down free money. So take that for what it is. You know, it's up to you guys whether or not you want to keep funding organizations that maybe you really don't need forced donations from people in the community.
Is it on that point? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. We are not a social service agency. We are not. We have a mandate. And we have said, I think the last 6 years I've sat here, that we are going to cut funding grants. Well, we're geniuses, because instead of funding grants, we made them fee for services.
Almost
now,
all of them.
Not me. So I come home from vacation, I learned you've made Project Share a fee for service. And it's very interesting to read a headline of a newspaper that says, "Council has a heart." That's great. That's why Project Share is a fee for service, because it's very hard to turn down the sob story that's given you while they're standing there, because it's true. And we all know it's true. But I'll tell you where we fail. We take the responsibility from the region, and we take the responsibility from the province, and we fund them and we make them fee for services, so our 3 regional councillors, who most people don't even know their names, do not have to take those services to the region and fight for that funding for those projects. So the 9 of us, who everybody knows our names, has the services coming to us to fulfill mandates that are not ours. We can't fix our own house, but we will fund other people's. So let's start cutting things off. Transit, can't take a bus to Project Share, I might add. Transit, capital works projects, playground projects, all of those. Let's take them out so we can fund social services that come to us and we deem them fee for service. Councillor Wing and I have had this argument a dozen times. Yes, you have to have a heart sitting here, but guess what? It is not our responsibility. On black and white paper, when you run for council, it is not social services. It is water, sewer, roads, infrastructure. Those are our responsibilities. We can't do them because we're helping those other agencies do their responsibilities, because it's a motherhood apple pie issue, and we look bad if we don't. That's the bottom line. I have a heart. I would have voted against Project Share being a fee for service, because I talked about it before I went away. So we can say it all we want here, but until it comes to putting a hand up, then we're all talk and no action.
Okay, thank you. I have Mayor Diodati, Councilor Carrio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question through you to staff in regard to the playground equipment on the, is it on this slide? Yes, on the slide here. 557,000. Did we, is this new, or did we approve this last year, or what is the status of it?
No, what this list really is that during last year's council, I've used my memory in talking with my counterparts of all the things that have been raised that we should be spending additional resources in, and one of the items was obviously playground equipment that came out of a couple of instances. What Mr. Holman had done is he had put together, as part of all our directors have been putting together these 10-year capital plans. What this is indicating is if there's a flavor at council to identify specific funding for a specific item, i.e. playground improvement, then if you were wanting to fund in this current year, 1/10 of what Mr. Holman is projecting would be necessary to have a 10-year reinvestment plan for playground. That's what that represents. It doesn't represent anything that's been pre-approved. In the past, and we're going to talk about a bit more of that in the debt management presentation, but basically you get, in our operating budget, we allocate $4.453 million that goes towards capital programs. And that's what you get to spend on capital reinvestment for all things that are not water and not sewer related. So everything from buying vehicles, fire equipment, buildings, all of those capital assets that we have, including playground equipment, including infrastructure replacement like roads and asphalt and sidewalks. That's what you have, 4.4357. This is just something that's put out there when we were putting it forward, that if you wanted to add on to that 4.4 and didn't want to have a debate when we put the 2012 capital budget together on playground equipment, if you just wanted to fund that, that's what the impact would be based on the budget as it stands right now.
So in a nutshell, council passed a plan that we were going to replace the playgrounds, but we haven't yet funded it. And in order to fund it, it comes out of that $4.5 million that we transfer from our operating budget into our capital budget every year. And if I can just ask a question, Mr. Harrison, how much of that $4.5 million is being eaten up by the 5 major regional projects this year?
Well, 5 major regional projects at the report, if I remember correctly, we were going to use the allocation from the gas tax funding, which is $2.5 million. When we looked at the timing of our funding for those projects, even though they may start sometime this year, we were anticipating that probably our funding wouldn't be required until the end of 2012 or 2013. So we would use the gas tax monies for in this current year, and then any ancillary would be a consideration in 2013. And then if there was a top-up, it would probably be impacting in an allocation of the 2013 budget. Again, it's preliminary, again, based on construction and the way the region would invoice us for our timing, but that's my recollection as to what the impact would be.
If I could just follow up on the mayor's question in terms of these expenditures. As the treasurer said, these are things that didn't make it into the budget. When we gave direction to staff, we were asking them to go and look at basically the status quo budget, take a look at what your operating costs are based on what you've done last year. Now, our net spending year over year is up 2.1%. So that's what our departments have come to us to ask for more this year, and that would include any of our increases in insurance costs, whether it's our wage settlements, fuel costs, or whatever. So, we believe that the expenditure side of the budget at 2.1% is running below the rate of inflation, and we think it's a pretty reasonable expenditure request to put before council. These were additional items that, although we would like them, we just did not feel that we could include them in the budget and left it here for council to decide. So if council would like to add any of these in, then they would be on top of that 2.1%. But our feeling is that we're presenting you tonight a 2.1% expenditure increase. We have some difficulty on the revenue side, as Mr. Harrison's presented. But when you look at the bottom line, overall combined budget, and when you compare us to what's happening in other municipalities in the region, we're sitting at about a 2.8% overall tax increase that equates to about $81 a year for the average household in Niagara Falls. So we think it's a pretty reasonable budget. We'd like council to approve it. I don't know if there's any other areas you'd like to add or ask us to go back and look at, but we really think that that's a fairly reasonable budget based on the economic times, and we hope council can find a way to approve that tonight.
Thank you very much for that answer, and I would echo the comments. I mean, if you look at our neighbors in the region here, we're certainly a lower increase than them, And I know when you look outside of the region, there's some substantial increases that I've been reading about, including Mississauga, who's been legendary for not having tax increases. And I believe they're looking somewhere in the area of 7%, I think it is. So I think all things considered, it's a modest increase in spending below the rate of inflation. Pay me now or pay me later, I guess is what it comes down to. We have the choice. We can patch some roads and fix some cracks, or we can let them go for a couple more years, and then we can do a complete reconstruction. So, I mean, we've got to decide, pay me now or you want to pay me later. I think it's reasonable. I know we have to deal also with our debt, and that'll be next, but I think in terms of our operating budget, and I think staff have done a very good job, put a lot of work, obviously, into it. And when the time comes, I have no problem moving this tax increase as it's modest as it is.
Okay, I have Councillor Carrio, Maves, and Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you run by the Plan B again, Mr. Harrison? If we don't get what we're considering that we're going to get from the parks and those other two, what's our Plan B? If we don't get everything we want, or we don't get any more?
Well, the municipality would have to, we'll deal with the parks. The indication that we're receiving back from the parks is that they are interested in entering into a long-term agreement, and it's premature to say what exactly that is. Obviously, it's open to negotiation, which is contrary to their position previously. If we were not able to come up with an agreement that led to the same value, meaning that we were able to get $965,000 on an annual basis, we would have a shortfall in the year that we would, in this particular current year. We would also have to look at what we've set up as a receivable for the previous 2 years. We would have to raise that I would anticipate the subsequent tax year. We would fund it through our, we have reserves that are there but it's not something that we could fund forever. Again, we would need to go back with a rate increase, or again, it could be a reduction in service. I mean, in the future, if that was the will of council. I mean, but that would be the impact on that particular.
So it would not impact what you're doing this year. If
we're projecting that we would be able, we're including it in the budget this year.
We're including it in the budget,
yes,
that you're going to get the money
as revenue,
and it's premature right now to suggest anything otherwise. That's our indication.
Well, I would suggest that it's also premature to add any additional options or spending until we find out what happens with those things that we don't know about yet. So I don't disagree with the mayor that the 2.8 or whatever is unreasonable. It's mind you, I don't know too many businesses or too many people that are getting 2.8% more money, or any businesses that are up 2.8% overall. Most of them are down and their costs are up.
Yes.
So I still think it's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow. But I think it's something that's doable. But I'm certainly not prepared to add anything else until I have more information on the things that we don't know.
And the other question you asked was the appeal by the
right.
OLG. As I said, we've put provisions in our budget for the last 3 years, and this is the fourth year. Yes, this is the fourth year, and so we believe that we've set aside enough of a reserve to accommodate any potential reduction. We think it's premature because we feel that we have a strong case that the assessment values that are there right now are even higher. It could be even higher, but again, that's going to be decided by the Assessment Review Board as we move forward. But we're confident in that regard. We have not made any provision for any write-off of the NPC. So again, that would be an in-year decision, and it would be a future year impact on the levy or a reduction in services.
And the last one, if you lose some of the OMPF?
Well, as I indicate right there, the impact would be approximately just under 4%. If they were to eliminate our funding all in one swoop, which again we're not the only municipality that's in that predicament, and we would hope that while the province has its fiscal problems, they also are recognizing that to get out of their problems is more of a longer term approach, and we're hoping that they don't, when they look at the OMPF funding, that they wouldn't cut it immediately, that they would look at over a period of time.
Slow reduction.
Yes, that's what we're asked for. Last year, as I indicated, our hit was $500,000. This year, the hit is only $227,000. But over the last 2 years, and this is important, over the last 2 years, we've accommodated almost $750,000 in reductions in that fund. And originally, when I first started here, it was well over $3 million. We've accommodated that revenue reduction in our budget and been able to improve it. This is one of the things that I keep mentioning, that Niagara Falls has been the engine of growth in the region. We've seen, we have significant commercial development. We also have significant residential development, which again is new assessment dollars into the city's assessment base, which has been beneficial to everyone. We've been able to offset some of those reductions.
Okay, Councillor Maves.
Yes, through you to Mr. Harrison. Just wondering about the gas tax. Is that a fixed amount? Like I know the price of gas goes up and down all the time, mostly up. But anyway, can that increase? Can they drop that?
The federal government, that's a federal government program, and they have announced that the funding level of approximately $2.5 million will remain in place for 12, 13, and 14, and that they would look at it as starting in 2014, what the continuation would be. All the indications seem to point that the federal government would continue with that program, but again, we haven't got any information on what they would be after 2014. But right now, it's remaining in place till 2014.
But they remain at that same amount?
It remains at the same amount. It has no impact on the operating budget. It's more of it's got to be used for capital money. It's like it's a designated a grant that they call it a gas tax fund, but it's really a committed funding mechanism that the federal government chooses to fund in certain areas, and there's certain provisions that we have to use that money for.
So you don't anticipate, I would think, every time the gas goes up, the tax obviously goes up with it. You don't anticipate that being increased to any great degree?
That's an interesting point, Councillor Mays, in the sense that the municipalities' primary revenue opportunity is property taxes, which, unlike income tax, unlike wage taxes such as the CPP, UIC, fluctuate with people's incomes, or unlike other forms of tax like the gas tax, where as people's income go up, or as the price of gasoline or other commodities, the HST, the percentage of tax increases. Our municipal tax system doesn't afford that. We're taxing based on an assessment value that is really, for residential properties, is a reflection of what the home value was at some point in time.
So you feel we're fairly secure for the next two or 3 years anyway?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gates.
Thank you. Just a question to relate back to Councillor Diodati. When I talk about, we've had a lot of challenges this year with our playgrounds improvements. Obviously, we did some good things around Preakness Park, and I know we received some emails around some of the other parks in the city. And I noticed again today, we in lieu of park, we got a 5%. Is there a way to increase that to 6 or 7%? Because I see here that just over 10 years, without fixing the parks that even come on board over a period of 10 years, we're about $5.5 million short to upgrade our parks. And just wanted to comment, the municipalities don't get their fair share of taxes, and that's what some of our challenges are.
Councillor Gates, right now there's no mechanism to raise that 5% allotment. So.
Okay. Councillor Wing.
A resolution to the region requesting that their staff meet with the social service providers that the city supports financially, and works with them to develop sustainable funding models which do not require lower tier funding.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Ioannoni. Any questions or comments to the resolution?
We heard again.
I'll just say it again. It's basically a resolution from us requesting that the regional staff meet with the social service providers, which would be basically Project Share, the Women's Place, YWCA, any of those social service providers that we support financially, and ask the regional staff to work with them to develop a sustainable funding model which will allow them to continue to provide the services they provide in our community and be there as that safety net still, but without lower tier funding, which is us. So if it means the region picking up what they should, then so be it, because in this two-tier system, social services is a regional responsibility, not a municipal one, not a lower-tier municipal one. It's not ours, it's theirs. So why are we funding them? We fund them because we have to. We have to make sure they're there in our community. But it should not be us providing that funding. It should be the region. So this is asking that the regional staff meet with them and work something out.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Marco and Councillor Carey.
I have no problem supporting that after the region actually, in their budget, actually wiped out all funding to Project Share and left us basically standing here in front of them, or them standing in front of us, begging that there was nothing left. So I didn't think that was fair that they actually just dropped the ball on them and without any notice, reduced or eliminated all funding. So I fully support that, and I thank you for bringing that forward.
Okay, thank you,
I'll
Councillor
certainly
Carey.
support the motion, but as long as we're funding them and continue to fund them, the region just laughs and passes it on to us.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor. Everyone understand the resolution? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Councillor Wing.
I just wanted to say, I look at this with dismay. We're giving up patching and road repairs. I don't think staff would be putting patching in the budget if patching wasn't needed. I don't think road repairs would be in the budget if they weren't needed. And sidewalk replacement, I only need to ask Mr. Holman about my own street sidewalk. I've had so many complaints over the years from my neighbors, from my visitors. It's embarrassing to be a member of council with sidewalks in this state. That's so bad. And I'm sure there's other streets that have sidewalks as equally in need of repair and replacement as my streets are. Transit plan. More and more people are having to give up their cars for various reasons. They rely on transit to get themselves to school so they can improve themselves, to get to their jobs. A lot of jobs just don't pay enough to maintain a vehicle. We need transit. We need, the regional transit system is coming along. In the future, I really believe transit is going to be a lot more important than it's been in the past, and we really need to develop our own and feed into the regional system, and I just can't see leaving that out. It's only $420,000 for crying out loud. And if we can do things like fund a private art gallery, come on, almost $30,000 in funding this year for a private art gallery. That would repair a few sidewalks at least. I am not supporting this budget simply while it has this kind of nonsense in it.
Councillor Ainoni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just reading from the AMO budget release.
I was reading it already.
Yeah, I was trying to read it as this meeting goes along because there's quite a bit to it. Under infrastructure, it says the budget does not contain a dedicated municipal infrastructure fund for roads and bridges in this fiscal year, as the Premier suggested at the Ontario Good Roads. Government infrastructure spending will only total $35 billion from 2011 to 12 to 2014 to 15. We're in serious trouble. As you're trying to look at the budget and what's coming down to municipalities, and they actually reduced the fund, the ONFP in this budget also. So while we either have to raise taxes or we have to not do service improvements. I said I would not support a budget that did not have these transit improvements, and I won't. And I will tell you why. I listened to the mayor's speech yesterday, which was very good, I might add, quite entertaining. But you raised a couple points that I thought were fantastic. You talked about the post-secondary colleges and that we used Brantford as an example and how we are working hard with the Premier to make this come to fruition here in Niagara Falls, and that's fantastic. Putting it down here is great, but we don't have the transit infrastructure to take kids from downtown to anywhere else in the city that's adequate. You talked about Niagara Transit being last year was the busiest. We had a strategic priority to make it customer service friendly. It's not customer service usable, but it's customer service friendly. Our drivers have great personality. We have an iCard that they can use for transit fees, and the numbers are going up. Those are both reasons why we should be implementing at least a portion, starting implementing Plan 1. The Mayor talked about our 10-year strat plan. Keeping key is a solid foundation. We don't build house on sand. We need to have determination and perseverance and goals. I believe the transit report put before you had all of those things. Not only do we have a professional consultant's report telling us if we don't do it now, it's going to cost us much more later. It tells us our service is inadequate for seniors, for students, for projected universities we may have here. It doesn't work. I will not support the budget if that is not included in it.
Okay, maybe I can just have Mr. Harrison speak to year one, because I know there's a couple comments on it.
Well, I mean, I think that the transit plan that was put forth requires, if you're going to implement the plan as it stands right now, the impact would be approximately $420,000 for the balance of the year, with a full implementation being in year 2 of $2.5 million. So, you know, I think that you're committing money for next year, because once you start the implementation plan, that you can't stop it. I mean, it just makes sense. It's what the region is doing with intermunicipal transit right now, and they're finding that there's challenges with that. The second thing that's not here with regards to that is we don't have the buses and the infrastructure to do that service right now. So on top of that, we would have to go out and have additional buses, because the buses wouldn't be necessary. Well, certainly that's the case. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Iannotti?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I remember when
I'm not the mayor.
I'm sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. When we put the report before council that day, you know, I stood here and said, I'm willing to put my hand up and vote for an increase solely dedicated to transit. That report was still denied. Like, I make no secret that there's not one of us around here going to work on the bus. Like, let's be honest to the residents, we're just not doing it. Quite frankly, I think if we did do it, we would have a little more empathy and understanding of how much really is needed. Just talk to the high school kids who have to get home. Just talk to the Brock kids who have to get to Brock or to Niagara College. Just talk to anybody trying to wait for a transfer. It is, I mean, for a city of our caliber, with a VTS system we're putting forward for the tourism, which it took forever and a lot of negotiation, we need to put the same type of system forward for the residents. I thought Mr. Harris's suggestion of dedicating a 1% increase solely to a specific project. We have a 4-year-old transit plan that told us we should have done this 4 years ago. I would put my hand up and support that. I lost that vote that night. It's kind of moot to do it again, but that's not a want. That is a need. We need to have that infrastructure, and we have no other way to do it but to raise revenue, and that's through property taxes.
Councillor Carrier.
Just along Councillor Iannotti's comments about the bus. We don't know how successful the VTS is going to be yet. We may have $20 million worth of buses that we don't know how well that's going to go. We may have already bought a lot of buses that we could maybe push into service for the city of Niagara Falls a year from now. I'd hate to do it again and then have buses coming out I hate to have 30 more buses empty running around the city. Bad enough the ones we have empty running around the city. I really don't want to see another 30 of them parked.
Councillor Iannotti?
It's disappointing we're already talking about a potential failure of our VTS system.
No, usage is unknown.
Yeah.
It's an unknown thing.
Well, that said, then the information given to us as we were going along is not adequate. Because and it's not 30 buses ever. If you read your report, that's not what we were looking for. It is a modest implementation program. It was nothing fancy. It was nothing over the top. It was just to meet the consultant's report that this council received 4 years ago. Maybe some of them weren't here, but the council of the day received 4 years ago. I know that the residential group that sat with us, that we put forward, asked us, well, if you had that report then, why are we sitting here with you to come up with another solution? Well, we asked them, we don't use it. So when we put out a call for people to come in and sit on the committee, it was people who used it that it's not working for. So we had a wide range, from seniors to students to the working class. They need it. It isn't a want. It is a need.
But just to answer that, in year 2, it's a 5% increase in people's taxes to implement year 2 of the transit plan. It's not modest. It's 5% on top of it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is modest if you look at the fact that had we started with the 1%, 1%, 1% 4 years ago, we wouldn't be looking at 5% now. You can't blame the residents. We are who vote and shelved that report. And I took that responsibility too. I said I didn't look at it twice after we voted to receive it and we didn't act on it 4 years ago. I didn't look at it either until the residents started calling and saying, look, it's not working for us. It isn't us driving it. It is the people who need the service.
I don't disagree, and I guess I'm in the same position, just the opposite to you, that if we put a 5% increase in the budget for transit, I can't support that budget.
Yeah, Mr. Harrison?
I don't want to, the decision-making process rests with the council, but I would just like to point out the required levy increase that we're proposing this year is $2.3 million. All of those items that we've listed there are not put out there as maybe it's a good idea. These are all recognized that we've had discussions over the last 8 months, 12 months as things that are identified by council and identified by the public as requirements. The unfortunate thing is that this is the dilemma that we face on a regular basis, is that we have to make choices. And the transit plan that has been put forth looks at almost $3 million over 2 years, and that's what the projections of the plan put forth as the operating expenditures, the net operating expenditures. That's almost exactly what the levy increase. We have other things that are coming forward later this year. We know that there's a fire master plan on a relocation for a new fire hall. We know that the provincial budget is talking about municipal pension plans. All of these things are coming forward. We're just putting this list out as not to make it difficult choices, but just to show we had a difficult time maintaining what a reasonable levy increase. Never mind the revenue challenges that we face, that we've identified.
They all come with a cost on the far right side of the page.
Okay. Yeah. Councilor Morocco, Councilor Gates.
To the chair, I just have to say that I fully support the fact that we should be looking at a better transit system. There's no doubt about it, and it's a shame that we haven't implemented it before, but actually this is what we're looking at today, and I think that increase right now at the present time with the economy the way it is just not fair to the taxpayers. But I think we seriously have to sit down with staff and we have to look at cutting deep into organizations that we can no longer fund, and that there's funding out there, and we need to actually get back to our basics here and make sure that we have a transportation system that works. And I can't tell you how many people have approached me in the fact that our transportation system here in Niagara is horrific. It just is not existent. And why people don't ride it is the fact that it's not accessible to get to. It only runs on a Sunday once a day or whatever it is to get shopping, and the economy could be moving a lot better if we had proper transportation to get these people moving throughout our city. So I think that we have to be serious, and I have to say, Councillor Cario, I do support the fact that we do have quite an investment in the VTS system, and I would like to look at it this year and see how it works. But seriously, come back to this table next year and look at our transit system. I mean, Councillor Iannone spent a lot of time sitting with staff and looking at our needs, and sat with a number of people that sat around the table. We can't ignore the needs of what the people are, and that's our transit system. So as much as I don't want to support this, I'm going to have to say that I will support the budget that we can move forward, but I'm going to seriously tell you that we better seriously look at making some cuts for the next year.
Okay, Councillor Gates, Councillor Maves.
I just got a question to Councillor Carrio's question. We have spent $50 million in transit, and I'm just wondering through Mr. Dren, could we not expand the VTS into more routes into the city this year, which, to Councillor Ioanni's problem, I mean, we listened to the residents one meeting here and talk about it. So is there any way that we could expand that into more routes into the city, even this year, just as a suggestion to try and do something with transit?
Through the chair, the VTS project is a defined project that was defined to the federal government with regards to how we're going to operate, where we're going to operate, and it would, I believe, without further investigation, that we couldn't use the VTS buses for local transit. That's not what it was funded for, and we can't expand into other areas to pick up conventional. Again, that's not what it was. The money was given to us for. So, I mean, right now, I think the only thing we can do with the VTS is operate the VTS lines, because it is a tourism type of operation. It's a visitor tourism system, and it's meant for that. And the federal government, provided funding on that basis.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Maves and Mayor Diodati.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, too, on that same line, Mr. Dren, the region has already put in the region transportation system. And of course, right off the bat, that's overlapped the student system we had, and I'm looking at a whole bunch of empty region buses. And I think my big concern here is for us to spend a lot of money on transit. We already had a shuttle system for the tourists, which the VTS system will take over that. Is that not correct? So then I'm concerned that we're going to have an overlap of that, and we'll have an excess number of buses, and we'll have so many routes and so many empty buses running again. And I really do think we have to look at the VTS system, see where it goes, see how it's handled, because I'm sure some of the locals will ride those buses because they're going to be running on some of the main routes. And I really do think that it'd be premature to spend $2.5 million on a new system when we don't even know what the VTS is going to do and what we're going to have in excess buses and excess routes and everything else. So I really think it's a wait-and-see situation, and I really don't want to spend any money on that until we find out exactly what we have with the tourist system.
Okay, on that point.
I don't work for the tourists, and you had a report that highlighted the routes, the needs, and the costs, Councillor Maves. We handed it to you, and it was pretty clear, and it was based on a consultant's report that you voted to have 4 years ago. So, you know what, I'm not a transportation expert, and as Councillor Gates said, he wanted to address my problem. It's not my problem. I drove my Buick here. I'm driving my Buick home. The night we had residents come to this council chamber, there was not a bus available to get them here. There's a problem with that. There is a problem with that. So to talk here like we're transportation experts or route creation experts, I didn't get involved in that. I chaired a committee. I left it to the experts, and the experts told us those were the route improvements we need. And it had nothing to do with the VTS. You're crossing issues here.
Okay, to that point, Councillor Maves.
I think I'll have to agree with you. I did agree that we do need a system, a better system. But I think I worked in this system for something like 18 to 20 years. I know what the problems are. I've seen it for years. And I don't need you to tell me what's wrong with the bus system. I saw it for years. And the thing is, the biggest problem has always been, we're looking at it right here, and it's dollars. If we had the dollars, I'd say, yeah, let's go for it. We don't have the dollars, so I think that that's where the rubber meets the road here.
Mr. Dren.
If I could just add, Mr. Chair, with respect to the VTS and what we're doing, Councillor Ioanni's committee leveraged the VTS system. In other words, we would have to buy more buses and there would have been a higher cost to just do it if the VTS system was in place. So what we did is we utilized the VTS routes as part of the conventional routing system. So we actually are utilizing it. And what it is just coming up with a formula that residents could use the VTS bus when they get off a conventional bus and just continue on their route. And so the routes are set up in that fashion, so we are leveraging the VTS. We just can't expand the VTS per se to say we're going to use one of the new style buses on a conventional route.
Well, that's why I'm saying we've got to see where it goes first.
Okay. Mayor Diodati.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at this time I'd like to make the motion. I would move the current 2012 operating budget.
Okay. Do I have a seconder to the motion? Seconded by Councilor Gates. Any questions or comments to that motion?
No, yeah, just without any addition. Yeah.
Okay, hearing no further comments, then I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Yes.
When do we get the capital budget?
I'll ask Mr. Harrison to comment on that.
Well, the next presentation is regarding the debt management strategy. We had hoped that we would have council's indication on a preference of that, and then we could put together the 2012 capital budget. As you know, all of the directors have been engaged in putting together long-term capital needs, 10-year capital plans. We also had pre-approval to do 50% of the work that is in the capital budget, so those are the things that are happening. We anticipate that probably the first meeting in May would be when we would bring forward the capital budget booklet. Hopefully we may have it ready for distribution prior to that so that we could maybe address it, but we'd also like to deal with the 10-year capital needs as well, because the one-year capital budget is consistent with the 10-year capital needs assessments.
Okay. Moving along then, we'll go to Report F 2012-11 dealing with the debt management strategy. And Mr. Harrison, I believe you're going to make a presentation to council.
This is the earliest I've started at my second presentation in all my time.
We're on Western Standard Time.
It's only 25 after 7. Turning to the next item is our long-term. This is part of our long-term planning. As I indicated, we had asked our senior staff to put together 10-year capital needs project, 10-year capital needs projections. This is basically an attempt to identify for council of the assets, the capital assets that we have, meaning all of the things that we own, the roads, sidewalks, buses, fire trucks, dump trucks, snow plows, buildings. What's your best estimate based on your professional capabilities of what we'll need in the next 10 years so that we can start to put together some sort of long-term planning? You know, council approved strategic initiatives back last year. There was 2 initiatives that are impacted. First one is that there's fiscal sustainability for all the residents, both the commercial class, the residential class. That's important, and I think you went a long way with that tonight with the approval of the operating budget. But the flip side of that is that one of the initiatives was the sustainability of capital asset investments. For years and years and years, without capital asset accounting on the books, there was no indication of all the assets that the municipality had. At the end of 2010, we had $518 million worth of net book value assets. That means what the value of the assets that are in the ground, on top of the ground, the building that we're in right now, various opportunities. The cost of that was projected at being over $800 million. So you can see there's a difference between what the value is today and what the cost, the original cost was. That's what the original cost was way back when it was done. So there's a deficit. That's what they talk about, an infrastructure deficit, that we need to replace that. We need to have a long-term plan. And that's what the whole purpose of the 10-year capital needs is. The purpose of this report that you have in front of you is talking about the funding options. How are you going to fund the long-term reinvestment of your municipal assets? This isn't new assets, and it's really not about for the purposes of this report, is not about your water and sewer assets, because in the utility budgets, there is a large allocation for them, and although Mr. Holman will probably put forth something that suggests we need to spend more money, there is a significant investment in the water and sewer investments, and this has paid dividends if we've looked at the rate of sewage infiltration, but we'll get to that in the utility budget. So we have the option now of having direct investment, which is basically we take $4.4 million out of the operating budget, send it to the capital, and then have the various directors decide and a plan to put forth in front of council as to how best to spend that money. Or alternatively, we've put two options in front of you, which one we start to look at is leveraging, and meaning using our ability to borrow to jumpstart some capital investments. So when we're looking at this, we look at what is the potential downside of not spending enough money on your capital. Obviously, the first is it impacts your operating budget because you have an increased cost of repairs and maintenance. We talked about the need to put more money into sidewalk improvements. We talked about the need to put more money into asphalt patching. This is going to continue to go. I think that all municipalities are in the same boat. We're not the only ones. It may result in the reduction of service levels. If we can't generate enough money in revenue streams to do these types of things, we may have to look at downsizing some of the services. It increases our risk, the risk of damage, risk of injury, as well as it increases our insurance costs. The sidewalk slips and falls is a key primary area. The next slide shows the traditional funding of sources of capital funding. As I talk about, we have $4.43 million that we transfer to the capital. We have the gas tax grants. We receive money from the federal government that is used for designated capital projects. We also receive approximately $1 million from the provincial government for transit. That's an annual announcement, though. So I'll be interested to see what the province is indicating in tonight's budget. We receive funding from other levels of government. We went through a RINC project. We went through the Stimulus Canada project. The indication, as Councillor Iannone put out, that AMO is reporting and other MFOA is reporting that the announced reinvestment by the province into roads and bridges is not going to be forthcoming. And other types of programs that were more stimulus in nature are not coming forward. So we don't see that that's going to happen. We do have partnerships with the region, as we talked about, on some programs, but that is more on a project-by-project basis. We have some reserves. We have development charges reserves that are designated for specific development opportunities. We do not have significant reserves that allow us to draw upon to fund our capital program. The reserves that we are more specific to particular operations that we have that if we may need to use in the future. The other alternative is use of debt. Every municipal treasurer, every treasurer at the provincial level would say to you that the avoidance of debt is important. It limits your ability to operate. However, it is right now the only option other than the direct investment of considering. We're not saying to promote it, but we're considering it. So before we get into the options, we'll look at the existing position. As of the end of December 2011, our current debt position is $75.4 million. The annual servicing cost is approximately $8.4 million. And the percentage of own source revenues is 8.4%. That's an important indicator. The province has a guideline that a municipality cannot ever go over 25%. Significantly lower than in private sector where companies are refinance new operations on an ongoing basis. We can't issue debt for operating overruns. unlike the federal and provincial government that use debt as a source of sustaining their operating budget. We don't have that opportunity. So at 8.4%, we're well below the 25% that that the province has put as a guideline. The only project that's on slate that we have approval to borrow for is the museum project, and in our capital budget we've estimated that our borrowing is going to be about $2 million. So moving to the option now, again, without the 10-year capital needs in front of you, it's very difficult for us to say we need to go in a specific direction. However, all of the indications that we're receiving is that we need to spend more money on the replacement of our existing assets. That's not talking about new assets. That's not getting into new businesses. That's not adding. That is the replacement of assets. So the three options that we looked at in this report is: 1, maintain the status quo. 2, replace the debt as that debt is retired with new debt. And one of the benefits with that program right now is that as the debt is retired, it's generally at a higher cost, because 10 years ago the interest rates were much higher than they are today. So, and as we move forward, we're probably going to remain in a low interest rate environment for a few more years. There's an opportunity to get more bang for your buck. The third option is to be a little bit, or this is option 2 actually, is to replace the debt as well as to add the capital transfer, reallocate capital transfer. So we're going to leverage the capital transfer of 4.4 over the next 10 years and increase our spending on capital reinvestment. So the goal of all three options is to identify a mechanism to fund the required capital investment. It's important to point out right now is that under all three options, the debt will be reduced, and that under all three options, there is no increase in the operating budget. But there are benefits and pros and cons to each. Stay the course. Basically, we would remain with the investment of approximately at the same level as we are. As the debt is retired, we would not replace it. It would reduce the level of expenditure in the operating budget, because you're not having the debt servicing charges anymore over time. And the status quo results, and it's in the report, it results in $123 million in capital reinvestment over the next 20 years. That's the program that we have in place right now. The problem with that is that that's not sufficient. In the operating budget, it's approximately $6 million. When you take in the gas tax of $2.5 million and the $4 million that's in the budget, that's not enough. Even from a straight line depreciation or amortization point of view, that's not enough. So again, that doesn't meet the strategic initiatives that the council put out last year. The other downside to this program is that's going to increase your operating costs, because as things start to break down, we're going to have more repairs that are necessary. The next one is to take option 1. Option 1, if you recall, is to replace the debt dollar for dollar over time. So it maintains a constant, consistent expenditure level of debt servicing. The debt reduction will continue, but it will be at a slightly slower pace than under the existing status quo option. This results, because you're borrowing as you're replacing the debentures that are falling off, you're going to result in $194 million over the next 20 years in capital reinvestments. The debt servicing reduces to an invisible number of our own sources, but it reduces gradually over time. It maxes out at 8.4% and then continues to go down over time. Again, it may not be enough to meet capital needs, although it is better than the status quo. And the second option is it maintains the existing budget expenditures. Right now, you spend $4.3 million of transfers directly to capital, and you have debt servicing, and you have the gas tax. These amount to a cumulative total. What we're suggesting in this model is that you would take a proportionate share, 1/10 of the 4.3, and add that to your create room in the debt servicing area, which allows you to borrow and then increase your capital reinvestment. You will maintain under 10%. If you recall, a few years ago, the city had a self-imposed guideline of 10% of own source funds. This program will maintain under 10%, and you results in a higher capital investment of over $200 million. The problem that this has is that it reduces the flexibility in the later years as the debt you have a higher proportion of debt, and again, it might not be enough to under this option. So the next chart shows some visually what happens. The green chart is basically your capital expenditures on an annual basis. This is the status quo. You just continue to reinvest the same amount. The blue option is option 1, where you're going to replace, as the debt is retired, you replace the room, and you can see that it spikes up. And we have, as in the years that we have the significant increases, we are able to spend more money. And the purple option, which is option 2, which uses that additional capital transfer and leverages that ability, we can see that we spend more money. And we spend more money in the first 5 years, which really is important. Moving to the next chart, we can see what the impact is. You can see under all 3 options that the debt that's outstanding for the corporation continues to fall. Under option 2, it does go up in the initial years as you're transferring a direct relationship of a dollar for dollar under the capital transfers to a system where you're borrowing and leveraging that. But under all 3 approaches, and you've got to remember that these are long-term plans, under all 3 approaches, the net debt of the corporation continues to fall. And the last one, the last chart, really is a indication of a key points of view. So if we take the point of view that at this point right now we're at a $75 million approximately, the green column, which is the existing balance, just continues to go. So at the end of 2013, we'd have almost $17 million in outstanding debt. If we were to look at the purple, this is kind of like a subway system chart in the sense that they all start at the same point, but they kind of go up and go in different directions. So the purple line starts at the $74 million and leads down to, in 2016, there's a slight reduction, about $70 million, $57 million, and then 35 in the last year. The option 2, which again is leveraging, so you're borrowing some initially, it rises up to a maximum in 2016 of $83 million and then continues to decline. If you recall what the impact of all 3 is that the darker purple results in option 2, results in more capital investment in the first couple of years. Moving along. The staff's recommendation is that you utilize option 2, and the reason for that is option 2 provides you with the most impact in the first 5 years. If you look at the comparison between option 2 and option 1, the total investment over the 20-year period under option 1 is $195 million. Under option 2, it's $200 million. The first 5 years is really critical. As we've indicated, we do have an infrastructure spending deficit. You're able to spend under option 1 $52 million in the first 5 years, but under option 2 you're able to spend $64 million. Remember, none of this increases the cost in your budget. These options are all expenditure neutral. Unless, of course, you were to stay with the status quo and not replace the debt, then your debt servicing charge falls off. But then, as we've indicated, you're not helping the capital reinvestment of our assets. So we're recommending option 2. The second option would be, since all 3 models are built on $4 million, we would take the difference between the 4.45 and the $4 million, add the 450, just a reallocation, from capital and put that to asphalt patching. Again, we talked about that in the budget. We could utilize that $450,000 because it's directly related to the road system. Develop the 2012 capital budget based on option 2. So when we come back to you with the 2012 capital budget, we know what our funding ability is, and that we develop a long-term capital reinvestment plan based on option 2. Now again, if this is meant to be a planning document for us, not a planning document like Mr. Hurlovich would have, but a planning document for ourselves in finance, in the sense that this would allow us to put together a 10-year capital plan that's funded. And we're putting that forward to council. So again, either option 1 or option 2 is beneficial compared to the status quo, because under both options you're spending money on the needed capital infrastructure. Under both option 1 and 2, you're spending, you're having no impact on the operating budget, because the debt servicing cost plus the capital reinvestment cost is the same. And thirdly, we like option 2 simply because it addresses more of the needs in the first 5 years. So I would just like to turn it over now for any comments and questions, and please, thank you very much.
Yeah, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Wing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Wing.
I hate debt. I absolutely hate debt.
Join the club.
So it is really dismaying that even option 2 may not be enough to meet the capital needs for infrastructure sustainability. Yeah, it's a bitter pill, but looks like we got to swallow it.
Councillor Ioannoni.
I would move recommendation 2.
Option 2.
Councillor Thompson. Oh, wait, first of all, I should ask, do I have a seconder to that motion?
Yeah.
Councillor Thompson? Yeah. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion?
Aren't you going to make some comments?
I will, yeah.
I want to hear yours first.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion. I mean, I think that our existing plan is the way to go. I think that if you take a look at where our debt is right now, we're at almost $75 million. If we stay the course and continue to pay down our debt, then in only 4 years' time, we're going to be under $53 million. That's a drop of almost $22 million. If we go with option 2, in 4 years' time, we'll have risen from 75 million to just over 83 million. So instead of going down, we're going to be going the opposite way. We're going to be going up. I've done some numbers myself. There's a report in your package, and if you turn to the tables have all of the plans that are there. You have all 3 tables in front of you. The first one says existing, the second one says option 1, and the next one says option 2. I think what the existing plan doesn't consider is the existing plan doesn't consider using the money that we're saving in debt servicing and transferring that over to our infrastructure. I think if you take a look at the total at the bottom of the existing table, you'll see that it's a $123 million investment. If you added up all of the minor gains that you get from debt servicing, you end up at $190 million. So by 2031, you've invested over $190 million. Yet at 2031, your debt is at under 17 million. As opposed to option 2, where you've invested 200 million, but your debt is up to almost 54. It's a difference of 27 million in debt with only a $10 million gain in capital infrastructure improvements. Personally, I can't support it. I would stay with the existing, and I would do And I would modify that motion, and I would ask council to dedicate the gains that it gets when our debt servicing goes down, and to transfer those payments over to dedicated infrastructure in our capital budget. There is a motion on the floor, though. I don't know if anyone has any comments to it. Councillor Wing?
Yes, through. I'd just like to see what Mr. Harrison's response is.
Sure.
Well, certainly what Councillor, the chairman, is proposing is better than the existing plan. We would like to look at those numbers again, because in the existing plan, the numbers do not include, I don't believe, the museum's debenture. In this chart it does, but in the annual drop-off it doesn't. And we'd like to go over those numbers again, just to ensure if that was what you're considering. The problem, again, the problem with looking at what the impact is over 20 years is that our problem's now. The capital needs problem is now. We have roads that need to be replaced. We have sidewalks that need to be replaced. Every council meeting, we have a new request on some sort of capital infrastructure that we need to do. And Councillor Peter Angelo is correct that over 20 years the difference is minimal. But the problem with that is that it's in the next 5 years that's really important. The two options that are put in front of you, I can understand. I'm treasurer. I'm finance guy. I don't like that either. But I also recognize that I don't like things falling apart, and we need to reinvest in our assets. We just had a debate over the operating budget where we're talking about new things. We're talking about new services. We need capital money. There's no capital money for any new services. The capital money that's under both of those options is existing. We're talking about replacing existing assets. Option 1 and option 2 provides you an opportunity to have the same operating expenditures for debt servicing and capital, and still be able to invest into the capital assets. So our preference, again, in fairness to Councillor Peter Angelo, we'd like to certainly, if that's the flavor of the council, we certainly can go back and look at his numbers. But again, our preference right now is to go with option 2.
Yeah, and just to respond to Mr. Harrison, actually, because I think I should. That's specifically why that last slide was in the last budget presentation, which talked about the impacts of potential new expenditures, is because staff continually come to council and they say that we need more money for infrastructure. And what I said to Mr. Harrison is that it would be nice for council to start on a yearly basis to put a little bit more money into the capital budget, to dedicate that money. And I'll go back to something that the mayor brought up, and that was the playground improvement that was listed on there. Council in November, we passed a plan to replace all of our existing parks that needed replacement over the next 10 years. We haven't funded that plan yet. We haven't funded it. So it would be nice annually to pass infrastructure improvements and dedicate them in the budget as small increases. And by doing it that way, at least they're dedicated money that goes to infrastructure. And in my opinion, what we don't do is we don't balloon the debt, because I think that you gain more flexibility in having less debt. And as our Director of Finance already started off his presentation saying, any good Director of Finance will tell you that the avoidance of debt is important. Councillor Maves? I'm sorry, did you want to respond, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, I would just respond that certainly avoidance of debt is I think that's kind of one of the 10 commandments of being a finance director. The alternative of that is that we have assets that we need to replace. The proposals that are put in front of you result in no new debt. It's unlike other levels of government that are able to borrow to sustain operating expenditures. The two proposals, the two options that we're giving you to consider allow you to invest additional monies in capital reinvestments without an increase in the operating budget. That's basically what it is. The difference between what you're proposing and what the two options that we're proposing is that you're using dollar for dollar. So if you create a room of, if the debt falls out in the first year of $194,000, I can go forward with another project of $194,000. Under the other as we saw in the chart, you can see there's a real fluctuation. The second point, and you're quite correct, we did discuss about the additional capital, and it's about $540,000, but that would be an addition to the operating budget. The proposals that we're putting forward are no additional. You just have to get comfortable with the level of debt that you're having. I mean, businesses and other organizations are not uncomfortable with the debt. If we talk to our banking advisors, they would say that our financial position is extremely strong.
I know it is.
And you know, it's not like, you know, again, if you're going to use the example of a household, you can pay off your mortgage and have all the equity in your house, but if your roof isn't fixed and you need to have capital infrastructure on your driveway, then what good is that? But I hate to use that analogy because that's just one home. What we have is, I have 10,000 assets that we have to fix, and each of them are in a different state of condition. When we come back with the 10-year capital plan, all of the directors are going to be putting forward saying, we need more money. And it's our responsibility to put together a plan that's reasonable, appropriate, that addresses that issue, but also addresses the fiscal sustainability, and I think that these two options give that. But again, I would consider any alternatives that you might propose.
Yeah, I apologize. I had Councillor Ioannoni ahead of you, and then Councillor Maves. Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke to Mr. Harrison at length today to understand this report adequately. I don't believe, as much as we would like to, we are ever not going to be able to have debt. I mean, your scenario sounds great on paper, but every year Mr. Holman's coming to us with more things to fulfill our mandate, and there's no way we're going to be able to do them short of raising tax revenue by a good chunk, which we just showed that we were willing to do on the operational budget. We're going to look at a capital budget. I can't anticipate we're going to look at 7% like Mississauga either. Our mantra is always as low as we possibly can. So there's no way to do it other than debt. I've heard it said around this table, we are never going to be able to do the $200 million it was when IBM brought in the report years ago to fix the capital infrastructure. Not in my time. They talked about 20 years' time. I'll probably be dead by then, and you know, you're going to have another council here standing here trying to debate why we didn't do the things we were supposed to do. But we can't afford to do it without debenturing. I asked Mr. Harrison at length to explain that to me. To me, that seems our only slow, easy way to do it. None of us likes debt at home. We don't like debt here, but we can't fix the bridges, the roads, the sewers if we aren't looking at that possibility. So I didn't campaign on being a certified accountant. That's why I called ours and our chief financial officer. And to me, I can't foresee a different option and do the things we need to do.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maves.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, I think this is a great time to be in debt with the interest rates the way they are. And I'm looking at, if we stay the course, we've got no investments in anything. If we go to option 1, we have some investments. I wish we had totals at the bottom of these columns, because I think we've got about $150 million in new capital investment in scenario 2. And of course, we're going to spend $200 million on that and still have about $53 million in debt. But I think if we're going to do sewers and sidewalks and everything else, we are going to have to borrow money, and maybe we will get those buses down the road, that system in. But there's no way we're going to do this without borrowing money, and I think we're going to have to go with option 2. I think that's the only way to do it, especially with the interest rates the way they are now.
I think, Councillor Maves, just to your point about not increasing the amount of money that we put in infrastructure, again, if we were to take the increases or the savings in debt servicing and commit them to capital funding, then if you take a look at the slide, that green line that's flatlined, that green line ends up going up to almost $12 million by 2031. So by 2031, annually, you're spending almost $12 million in infrastructure. And the other part about it is that you don't have the debt associated with it. So to me, that's the better option. I know that I'm going to agree to disagree with some of you around the table, but I'm going to stick with this one. Mayor Diodati.
Just throw out a couple of comments and two things. Number one, I do agree, first of all, that debt right now, responsible debt, isn't necessarily a bad thing. The interest rates have never been so low. We will never get the kind of mileage that we do now. Just want to make a few comments and then maybe ask a question. First of all, I appreciate the creative idea that our chair has come up with around the debt management plan, or as some of us like to refer to it as a debt reduction plan. But at the same time, this can be used as a tool for us rather than against us. And just having some discussions, I'm a little bit more of a happy medium myself, leaning toward option one, which falls in between your option, Mr. Chair, and the option preferred by staff. And I'll explain why. But first, I just want to mention and just clear up and just confirm, whatever we pick, whether it's the chair's option, option one, option two, or go with existing, does it oblige any future councils, or does it get revisited each year? I just want to confirm that.
No, I mean, I think what we're asking for is direction to come up with a funding model that we can put together with the 10-year capital needs, our spending model. Again, you know, these are based on assumptions of certain levels of interest rates, and so no. The answer is no, it doesn't.
Thank you, Councilor Kerr. Next question.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
If I could just add to that, we want to get a strategy in place over a 10-year plan so you have a complete picture of where you're heading with your capital investments. And again, whatever the option, I mean, I think the chair's option, we would take the chair's option over the existing green line. I hope we can all agree that we just throw that little green line out the door and look at one of the three options we're talking about, because it doesn't get us all the way there, but it gets us quite a bit closer. The green line doesn't get us even close. And in terms of what you do with future councils, after an election you can revisit it. If interest rates all of a sudden double or triple, you could come back and revisit your strategy. We're just saying, based on what we know today, in terms of low cost of borrowing and being able to reinvest that money now and get more bang for our buck, it's the way to go. But certainly every year, even though we set the strategy in place every year, that you could come back and we at least have you have a look at that. We're not suggesting that if all things remained equal, that we'd stick with the strategy. But if again, interest rates rose or something in the economy turned upside down, we could certainly come back and revisit it at that time.
Okay, thank you, which brings me to my next question. Through you, Mr. Chair, with your mortgage, when people have a mortgage, they usually lock in. They either go variable or they lock in for a 5-year or maybe a 10-year. The question is, in regard to our debt, we've got some 30-year debt on the Gale Center. Is there any risk to the city if rates were to go up, if the prime lending rate went up? Is there any risk to the city?
No, the debentures that we have are long-term in nature, and the rates are set when we enter into the agreement. So this is one of the benefits that's happening right now. The debt that we had is retiring. It's at a higher rate, 10 years ago, and so we're able to increase the debt if we were to use that.
Okay, thank you. So that's good. Our debt would be locked in, so there's not a risk all of a sudden.
Can I jump in on that?
Yeah.
Okay. There isn't a risk today, but if you look at option two, what you'll find is that 2016, 2026, you're dedicating the municipality to issue debt to the tune of over $13 million, both those years. I have no idea what the interest rates are going to be in 2016 and 2026. And if you take a look at the other debt issuance, there's all kinds of $5 million, $6 million, $7 million in different years. We don't know what the debt is going to be. Yet you're committing the municipality to issue debt in those years. The rates are good today, but we don't know that the rates are going to be good in 5 years.
Can I just jump in on that? What this is a plan, and I think the CAO has indicated that this is going to be a fluid document. Obviously, in 2016, when the debt that falls off the table is being retired, the council of the day at that point would have to decide, you know, if interest rates were up at what they were 20 years ago, it wouldn't be a prudent decision at that time. But what we're trying to indicate to you is that this is a tool that's right there right now as a planning tool, and again, to give our staff some sort of an indication of what this council is comfortable with. That's what we're suggesting.
Thank you. And I just, maybe just a statement, the reason I'm personally favoring option 1 over 2, and I don't really, that was not the best graph, but the main reason is because my concern, could we go to the one picture, I don't know if it's possible to go to that one. Yes, please. Okay, so ours are black and white, so that would be option 1's the pink one. Okay, so the pink one. So looking at today, which is 2012, my only concern with option 2 is first we increase the debt before we bring it down. So we don't get to where we are even today for another 10 years. Whereas option 1, you know, it's already decreasing. It's already on its way down. Because I agree, I see both sides. That's why I like to call it debt reduction plan rather than debt management plan. This way we're actually reducing debt, but responsibly, and we're capturing the extra for the investment. So I'm more favorable myself to option 1. I know staff would love option 2, and if 2 didn't make it, I certainly would support 1, because my thoughts are if we don't start dealing with the issues that we have now, I'm going to invest in a garage that specializes in fixing suspension equipment on our cars, because we're going to have some real problems if we don't get to it now, and it means planning now for what we're going to do down the road, because if you have a look at our roads, and our sewers are not getting any better, that's for sure. And we saw by the budget, we're not going to get any assistance from the province. They've got their own issues to deal with. I think we're on our own to deal with this one. We need to do it in a responsible way. It's not going to burden the taxpayer long term. I don't want to leave my kids with a bunch of bad sewers and broken water mains and you know, cracked roads. I certainly don't want to. That's not the legacy I want to leave behind. So anyway, that's why personally I'm favoring option 1 myself. Thank you.
I think the pink and purple lines are like your tie.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other council member, Councilor Carrier?
Did Mr. Harrison suggest that he wanted to look at or recrunch some numbers on your plan, on your idea?
I think so, yeah.
And why is there a panic for us to make a decision on this today? Wouldn't we table this, let him look at those numbers and bring it back so at least we could say we looked at it? I'd hate to throw your plan out the window and pick 1 or 2 without having had Mr. Harrison given him the opportunity to look at it, and at least bring it back to us and show us his you know, what his comments are on your plan.
I'd appreciate that, because I'd like to have more discussions with him. Do you mind? Go ahead.
And there's not a real panic to get it done tonight. We'd like to see it done tonight. But, you know, I think if where we're sitting is that we really need to see one of these other options. We really don't believe that the existing status quo is going to get us there. So if we need to have further discussions some other night to keep this going, that's fine. We'd certainly be happy with, you know, the motion that's on the floor, but if the wish of council is to want to have more information back, what we plan on doing in the May meeting is coming back with the 10-year capital plans to show you sort of all of the needs of all of the departments. And that might be an opportunity to match up sort of what the ask is going to be and what we see the total needs being, and match that up perhaps with how the debt management plan plays out over that period of time. I think you're still going to see that there's going to be a difference between what we anticipate the need to be and what any of these options present. But some of the options may get you there sooner, some may get you there a little later. But if we stick with the existing status quo, we're going to have a very big deficit between our needs and what our actual spend on capital infrastructure is going to be.
Just to finish, or to carry on this line of discussion then, but I think you can see around the table that there's a willingness to do something. There's already been a motion made. There's a willingness around the table to come up with some kind of plan. All I'm suggesting is that I think we should give our chairman and our our finance man a chance to at least have him have a look at the chairman's plan and at least have everything on our table before we make a decision, especially considering you suggested it doesn't have to be done today, and you got the operating budget approved. You should be happy and wait for a week or two.
Well, and as you remember, and I think it's one of the advantages of where we're sitting today with this discussion, is back in December we approved half our capital last year for Mr. Holman to get out there, and he's already out there issuing projects and getting work done, and that's been an advantage to us. What we want to see at the end of the day is a 10-year plan that gets us more long-term money than we've got today, that allows Mr. Holman and Mr. Dren to get out there and plan for our future needs, whether it be in transportation or in municipal works. Because if they know what that plan is over 10 years, they can start allocating money to go for property purchases for road expansions, or look at engineering design and looking at environmental assessments, and have these all done ahead of time so that if infrastructure money does come from other levels of government, we're all ready to go. Or we know now exactly what projects we're going to be entering into in 2017, so we can do a lot more pre-planning. Right now, we're just, in some years, flying by the seat of our pants in terms of what project's next. And it would be nice to have a 10-year plan that we could, subject to council's change from year to year, have a pretty good idea of what our capital spend is going to be each year over the next 10 years. And we can do some really good long-term planning for you. And I think that's really where we need to get.
Councilor Mays.
Yeah, I noticed in option 2, there's a couple of spikes in there up to 13 million.
Correct.
2016 and 2026. Can you give me a rough idea what those spikes are? Are they some special project you expect in those years?
No. This is not a model that's related to the expenditure side, so there's no identified projects. What that really indicates is that in those years, in 2016, that there's a significant debenture that's being retired. Yeah, it's the McBain Center that's going to be coming off. So there's an opportunity to invest another amount of money at that point. In 2026, we have some more of our 20-year money that's coming. So again, all that is indicating what the room is.
So that just gives more room to invest in some other projects in those years?
Again, and certainly, it's like having a pair of shoes, and we're only giving you one shoe. We haven't given you the expenditure side, so again, it would be good to match it up. The reason that we brought this forward is to kind of get an indication, because we wanted to do, when we bring the capital plans together, we wanted to have a funding alternative that showed that we've identified that. That's really what the intention is. If the will of council is to work with the chairman and look at his plan and then come back quickly and compare what his plan is with the two that we put up there as options, we can certainly do that.
Okay, the other thing in that capital investment thing, is there a wish list in there of things that maybe should be identified, or we just go by the numbers and...
No.
It's not 10-year capital.
That's what the 10-year capital needs are. It's not a wish list. It's really an identification based on all the directors of what their actual needs are going to be. That's what we're intending to bring forward.
Great, thanks.
Okay, Councilor Gates, Councilor Marco.
Yeah, I'd like to put a motion forward to give our chair and Mr. Harrison a chance to get together and move deferral.
Second.
You want to just refer it back to staff because Councilor Marco wants to speak?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Marco.
Actually, I can't support it, but exactly what I was going to say. You've got a 10-year plan that you want to bring forward to share with us, and there's no need to pass this tonight. And I think that this goes hand in hand. It actually justifies the fact that if we are going to pick option 2 or 1, that your 10-year plan would go hand in hand with the decision of the council. So I have no problem as to having this 10-year plan brought forward with the idea of one of these options being one of them.
So do that on the same night as the 10-year plan comes back?
Yeah.
That, from Mr. Todd, that wouldn't be until May.
Although, again,
Chair, I
it's
think
nothing pressing right now.
I think we'd be okay with that if we get it back in May. We have to get the senior staff together, and we're just compiling all of those lists now. So I think probably the first meeting in May, we'd be able to achieve that. So, and I think we should still be in good shape at that point if we do.
Did the list just grow?
The list is always growing, ever expanding. Yeah, no, it's.
Is there any change to the motion to deferral so the debate stops?
Okay, there is a motion to refer it back to staff so that it comes back with the 10-year capital plan. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. I'll hand it back over to the mayor for the balance of the meeting. Thank you.
Chairman. Just get started on the rest of the agenda. You want a motion now to go past 11? Okay, moving on to report RC 2012-05, Gale Center update. Okay, conflict by Councillor Iannone. Mr. CAO, would you like to speak to this?
I can start, and Mr. Mayor, and then perhaps Ms. Moldenhauer and Mr. Harrison can jump in. But I guess, and I do apologize, it was a fairly lengthy report. We felt there was a number of issues that Council has discussed over the last several weeks, and we wanted to encapsulate them all in one report. But as the report said, I'd just like to kind of simply put this in perspective for everybody. And the first part is that there was a report done in 2007, and it laid out some expectations for the Gale Center and the consolidated operation. And those expectations have not been met. And we have not met our operational expenditures, and indication is we're about $285,000 off on our operational expenditures as compared to the estimates in 2007. Our utilization of ice hasn't been met. Right now we're at about 52% ice utilization. In order to be at our projections, we probably needed to be somewhere up around 65%. So we've got work to do on our ice utilization. That means that we haven't utilized ice. Our revenues are off the expectations outlined in 2007, and we're about $450,000 off on those. So really we're about $730,000 roughly off on what the expectations that were put forward to Council back in 2007. Now, but the positive side of all of that is that we are about $125,000 or $130,000 better in our operations today than we were when we were operating all of the previous arenas. So I just think our expectations when we put forward this proposal in 2007 were off. But when you look at the results, we have performed better in terms that we're spending $125,000 less today on the operations of the arena than we were in 2007 when the plan was adopted.
Is that including the increase that you're talking that we're over on our expenses? Is
Yes.
that including that?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's not including the debt, because you got to compare apples to apples. The debt stands alone. So what happened this year when we talked about those energy, it was simply a matter of under budgeting last year. That's really what it was, because we didn't have a full year of operation. But when you look at the 2007 year operations compared to the year end of 2011, and that's actually outlined in the report. If you look at the bottom of page 14 of the report, it really gives you our net annual operating deficit in 2007 was $1.5 million, and today it was $1.3 million. So that shows you that even though we had this over expenditure in our utilities this year, it was just a budgeting problem. We, in fact, after the first year of operations in the Gale Center, are $125,000 better off than we were before we went into the Gale Center. Okay? So I just wanted to point that out. There's a whole list of recommendations in the report that staff have worked quite hard on. I'm quite happy to have Ms. Moldenhauer explain some of them, or the treasurer, but I'm happy to answer any other questions as well.
Yeah, Councillor Carrier.
I think it's a very comprehensive report, Your Worship. I'm prepared to move the recommendations with a question on when we would have it brought back to us on a follow-up. Move the recommendations, and how often would you report back on your progress on the recommendations?
Well, I think what we'd be doing is, I expect there'll be a series of reports that'll come back, and I would probably, we could do that any time. We could come back after 6 months, we could come back at the end of the year, but what you'll see is we'll have a report, hopefully in the very near future, on some recommendations on looking at our fees. We may have some suggestions back on tournaments. We may have some ideas back on, we're going to have a report very quickly to you on the utility issue, and we've had a utility consultant take a look and see if there's any modifications we can make. So you'll see a series of reports come back over the next several months, and perhaps we could just report back in, say, 6 months and give you an overall update at that point.
I think it would be good for the council to see a report prior to the start of the next season.
Sure.
So, you know, end of August, September, just before the start of the next season, a report on how you're doing on all of the recommendations.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that.
And I'd make that a motion, move the recommendations with a report to come back to us by the end of the summer, prior to the beginning of the following season.
Okay, moved by Councillor Carrier and seconded by Councillor Morocco. Are there any other questions or comments to the report? Okay. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship, and just first of all, thank you, or through you to Mr. Todd, thank you very much for the report. I found it to be very well written. I'm not going to go back into some of the earlier comments that I had. I just wanted to speak in terms of the recommendations. If you take a look at utility rates, and you take a look at the second bullet, the second line in there says operating 2 to 3 pads of ice during the summer months. But then if you go down to the very next category, which is facility utilization and rental rates, in the very first bullet it says reduce the number of available ice pads to 2 pads. They're somewhat conflicting because one says 3 pads and the other one says no 2 pads.
Yeah.
So is it going to be 2 or is it going to be 2 to 3?
Well, I think our idea is right now for 2, but I think we also said somewhere else in the report that it's sort of subject to tournaments. So if we could, you know, depending on as we go forward, if we were able to attract more tournaments, we would consider keeping another pad open. But I think if it was based on the current utilization, we'd be looking at 2 pads. Okay, so that maybe that's why it's a little conflicting, but I apologize for that.
Okay. And originally, when we had talked about the annual operating deficit at the center, Mr. Harrison had said that this year we had budgeted about $600,000 more for operations. As I look on page 14, it says there that the from what was proposed to what our actual deficit was in 2011, we're off about $736,000. So that's something that hopefully we're looking at trying to chip away with some of these recommendations.
Yes, exactly. And what we're going to attempt to do, if you break that down, it's about 450 on the revenue side, and it's 280 on the operating side. So what these recommendations will do is focus on how do we do better marketing, how do we get more tournaments, how do we get that utilization rate up from 52, which we think there's a lot of room for improvement there. So that'll hopefully those strategies will look after the 450 on the revenue side. And then there's recommendations in here that talk about looking at shifts, perhaps reducing some overtime costs, looking at hours of operation, looking at going to 2 pads, perhaps transferring some of the staff out to other operations in the summer. All of those things we hope to go and try to crack that 280,000 sort of operating problem that we've got. So hopefully those numbers one will rise and one will come down, and hopefully we'll get closer to having a realistic number that was proposed back in 2007.
Thank you. Once again, Your Worship, through you. On pages 6 and 7, you go through some of the summaries of the hours being used, and I bring it up because it's a positive note in the sense that if you take a look at just the Gale Center, the winter ice utilization, there was 8,185 primetime hours available. If you add the number of primetime hours that were used there, as well as at Chippewa, what you get is you get a number that's greater than that 8185. And that kind of tells us that we are using 5 pads in Niagara Falls. So it wasn't a bad decision, actually, to go to the 4-pad arena. The last point that I wanted to make, Your Worship, was I know Mr. Todd already talked about getting some more tournaments into the city and increasing revenue. And this goes back to that sports tourism policy that we set the wheels in motion last year. We were going to relook at that this year because last year what we said was that we were only going to offer the sport tourism rebate to organizations or individuals who were working on behalf of a nonprofit organization. And I mean, in my opinion, if you're really going to attract tournaments here, there's probably not a lot of them out there that are not-for-profit. So I know that this year we were going to look at offering it up to anyone. And I think other municipalities already do this. I mean, if someone wants to bring a tournament into their city and wants to bring a youth tournament there and book 2 or 3 weekends in a row and take every hour of ice that's available, there's going to be a rebate back to them because the municipality is going to be better for them being here. So I wanted to know if our sports tourism policy was going to look at offering not only to not-profits but also the profits for this year, Your Worship.
Well, as part of our review, we've indicated we're going to review the tournaments. We could certainly bring that, have a review of that sports tourism policy at the same time.
I think that was part of the motion last year.
Yeah, and we could have an idea of where we're at now. Ms. Moldenhauer will know where that's at. We can give you a summary and have a separate report on that.
Yeah, and you know, Your Worship, even if it's not a lot of money, I mean, perhaps, I mean, Niagara Falls is a destination. People do want to come here to play their tournaments. So I think anything that we can give them back for coming here would be a win-win situation.
Yeah, definitely. And the nice thing, yes, Councillor Thompson.
Yes. Has there been any, or is it anticipated that you're going to have any public consultation, staff or user group input into the process of this as you go through it?
Well, in the preparation of this, there was input, and we continually have ongoing input, the Recreation Committee. And what we'll be doing is having our staff, who regularly meet with user groups, they do ice allocation meetings, so that process will continue on. And we hope in working better relationships with our tenants and our user groups. So as we're going to move forward, hopefully we'll continue that.
Okay, there's a fine balance between tournaments and the local user groups. It's all right to say, hey, we want to fill up the arena with tournaments, but I've been in the situation before where you hear lots of people saying, what are you doing? We're trying to get, this is built for the local people first, and although that's an important aspect, there's a fine balance there.
And that's a good point. If you look at the report on the top of page 9, we indicate that the City of Niagara Falls operates on the principle that local youth and local adult users are accommodated first. So we'll still go forward on that principle that we look after our local users first, but in trying to encourage more tournaments, we will work within the other available hours that we have. And if we do see an opportunity where we need to go and look at bumping a local group, we always go to them and get their feedback. And usually, if it's not acceptable or doesn't fit into their schedule, we don't do it. So that's kind of the process, and that process would continue.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, thank you, and thank you to Councillor Thompson for bringing up the issue of when the tournaments are. I would support the premise that we move forward with tournaments that don't impact the minor hockey schedule. So that would be in the off season, anywhere from April to the beginning of September. And I think we have some open dates that we can utilize there.
Great. So we have a motion on the floor to accept the recommendation, have a report back. Moved by Councillor Carroll, second by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Great. Good work, by the way, staff, on that report. I know a lot of hard work went into that report. Well done. Okay, on to report RC 2012-08, biodegradable water bottle update. And I would first off ask our clerk if he would comment on this report.
Just through your worship, there is a note. There had been requests, obviously, to speak to the report. You'll recognize the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee and Mr. Four from the Park and the City Committee. Obviously, the vendor from the arena is also present and obviously has an interest in this. Obviously, I know Council's always interested in hearing from people. I would say that we've heard from them on this issue numerous times, but obviously it's up to Council if they want to hear from them further on this issue.
I thought they're all here to hear my mayor's remarks. They're here for this issue. Okay. What's the will of council on the issue? Yes, Councilor Morocco? Pardon me?
Let them speak.
Okay, let them speak. All right. Well, why don't we start off with our MIAC committee. I see we've got Connor Bitter and his troop. If you'd like to step up and address council, that'd be great. Welcome.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Basically, staff came to us with this report asking if we were to support it, and after looking at it, it directly coincides with all of our views and all of our standpoints on this matter. Basically, we believe if it can't go in the green bin, it really cannot be biodegraded or composted in the Niagara region. So again, this report basically just outlines our stance on it, and for that reason, MIAC passed motion fully supporting this. That's in the report. So I just wanted to emphasize that we do strongly recommend you pass this report.
Okay, thank you very much. Frank, did you want to speak in regard to Park in the City, or are you just concurrent, supportive of the?
Basically, our recommendation is the same for Park in the City, so I don't think there's any need for me to speak unless there's any questions.
Are there any questions currently of council of either MIAC or of the Park and the City Committee? Okay. And then did you gentlemen from FRT want to address the council at all and have anything to say? Mr. Calavecchia, welcome.
Thank you. Basically, we were here. We weren't here last time. We really weren't informed what was happening last time, so we were told probably to be present to see what the reaction of council was going to be. There's been a lot of things happening over the past several weeks in regards to the water bottle problem as far as us serving glass, which you all know we are serving now. Last time we had met with Kathy, and we were told that something had been passed in regards, they were waiting to hear back from Coke to get their okay to serve the biodegradable bottle. Last time we talked, so I wasn't sure where we were at with that. I know something else had changed in regards to that, so we weren't, I think a few people have been unclear of exactly what's been happening with the plastic, not plastic, biodegradable glass. It's been all over the place, so that's pretty much why we're here, to get an understanding of what is happening. Our stance the whole time has been, you know, I heard a lot over council over today is, you know, what the people need, what the people want, and you know, our stance, you know, do we agree with having a biodegradable product, a compostable product? Of course. I mean, that's what we want. And I mean, beginning of the year we didn't really sell anything, but the abuse that we had taken was one of the reasons. I mean, people that hang out at the arena a lot see, you know, we have lineups, you know, at the stand, and people stand in line for 5, 6, 10 people deep, and they're, you know, they got their kids screaming. They get to the counter, and we tell them, even though we have signs posted, they don't read the signs. They get up there and, can I get a bottle of water? We don't have any, we can't serve any plastic. And you know, the abuse our staff take and our management take, it's, you know, it's been a lot. So I mean, it's one of the reasons we brought in the glass bottle. We wanted to remain consistent throughout the city, and you know, we found out the McBain Center still serves plastic bottles. So I mean, we felt like, you know, here we are trying to not serve plastic, and you know, it's still another city venues. So I mean, that's one of the reasons why, you know, we wanted to give the people, as soon as we brought in the glass, we know there was a problem with having glass. We didn't really want to have glass, but it really alleviated a lot of the problem, people coming in and asking for glass. I mean, they look at it a little bit, oh, like, oh, fancy bottle, wow. But, you know, that's one of the reasons we brought it in. So, I mean, our stance still stands as far as, really, if you were to go and spend a day there, spend a weekend there with the sports teams and the players and the teams and the mothers want is, they want to be able to buy they want to be able to buy bottled water, whether it's plastic, somewhat compostable, something, that's what they want. They don't, so many times now they have to come there and the kids are getting popped. What else are they going to get? They don't want it in a cup. We tried pouring in the cup. We tried bringing in plastic, our own logoed bottles to refill with tap water. They don't want it. And we still get fights on it every day. Every day we still get it. And with the locals, a little bit. With the out-of-town teams, they get so upset about it. It's like the things they say to us, and trust me, I hear it from the staff every day when I go in there. So I mean, that's pretty much our stance for it. So we just want it equal around the board. We want to know what are the kind of solution. I know that the compostable bottle that they want now, I don't think there's one in the world that meets their criteria. So where do we go from here?
Now, are you familiar with the report that's before us?
Oh, yeah, we've gone over it the last couple of weeks, and we've done a little bit of homework with it, but we pretty much have talked to a few people that we know, and I don't think there's a bottle in the world right now that can meet that criteria, so we're still at square one.
Okay, so currently, the current status is you sell glass bottles?
We sell glass right now, yes.
Oh, right now, and that's it right now?
That's it right now, yeah.
Okay. And maybe we'd ask our Acting Director of Parks and Recreation and Culture, Ms. Moldenhauer, maybe if you could just kind of give us a little synopsis. We have the recommendations before us. Maybe just a quick overview, and then we'll entertain a motion from the council.
Okay, following our last council meeting, we did have discussions, of course, with Breakaways about the glass bottles and about the safety concerns with that. Following that, as was directed by council, we have prepared a report to define exactly what we determine is a biodegradable bottle. And as MIAC has stated, the definition that we have used is if it cannot go into the organics green bin, then it's not biodegradable. And we did contact the Niagara region staff to discuss this definition because they are responsible for waste management. So from there, of course, Fern is correct. There is no bottle out there right now that meets this definition. And we're looking at Niagara region, because that's what we were directed to do. Like within our region, there is no bottle out there that is truly biodegradable that you can put into the organic green bin. So what we have done to date at the Gale Centre, we have put in a gooseneck fountain in the main lobby area in the spine to make it easier for people to fill up their reusable water bottles. We, of course, also do have the water bottle fillers that are located outside of the dressing room for the teams to fill up their bottles as well. As you know, too, the city has adopted the Blue W program, and we soon will be rolling out the promotion of that program. And I know MIAC members have volunteered to also help out with that. So we're excited to be promoting tap water at all of our city facilities as well. So that's where we are right now with water.
Thank you. Councillor Wing, Councillor Morocco.
Yes, and perhaps Mrs. Moldenhauer can explain for the gentleman why there's still water in plastic bottles being distributed at the McBain Centre.
Okay. Thank you. Could you maybe explain for everyone why we still sell plastic at the McBain Centre?
Water bottles and beverages in plastic bottles are still available at McBain because we did have an existing contract with the concession operator at McBain. And he had requested that he have the privilege of having the plastic bottles until his contract had expired.
Okay. Councillor Wing?
And I would like to move the staff recommendation.
Okay. We got a motion by Councillor Wing and seconded by Councillor Ioannoni to endorse the recommendation by staff. And Councillor Morocco, you wanted to speak as well.
Your Worship, I have no problem supporting the recommendation. I appreciate the fact that they've actually now have a term of reference that we can look at that defines what biodegradable is. But I think we still have an issue within our midst here, is that, first of all, we should not be using glass. I thought that we made that a motion at the last council meeting, that we were going to ban the glass bottles. And therefore, if there is no biodegradable bottle at this time that we can use, how are we going to deal with the fact that people are still bringing in plastic and a recycling program? And if they're still bringing it in and they can use it, why is it not being able to be sold at the Gale Centre when it's already being sold at the McBain? It's almost a double standard here. But until something kind of breaks, how are we going to deal with this? Not everyone's going to come with a water container. And are they able to purchase a water container for a reasonable price?
Yes, we do have water containers available, but I think you hit the nail on the head. like as far as the everyday user that's coming in and bringing their bottles, and you're never, I don't think you're ever going to stop that, which it's a part of what we're going to go through. But it's the user groups that are coming in, and everything. Even it's a double standard because donations are coming in, which is fine, and we've let go 1,000 donations that have come through there, which is not a problem. We encourage that. But as far as when they're coming in and they're bringing in cases of water into the memorial room, as far as their donation, and then we're unable to serve it. So I mean, where does it stop, right? So.
Well, I mean, we have to actually put in a program to take care and deal with the plastic bottles. Like, we have to have a recycle program. So there's no getting around it, especially at the arena where you can't have glass. So, I mean, as long as we're being responsible and recycling, I don't understand why they can't use some form of plastic until there's a biodegradable product that's, created. I fully support. I don't want to use plastic either. I mean, but in the meantime, people are using it, and they're bringing them in by the cases.
Well, I understand too. There is apparently a product out there with Pepsi that's made of switchgrass and bamboo that's apparently 100% biodegradable, made of natural sources. But our first problem is we have a contractual obligation of Coca-Cola, so we couldn't do that even if it was the right bottle. So I'm not sure. Obviously we've got a little bit of double standard situation going on, and we've got a motion on the table. So, Councillor Wing.
Yes, just to clear up a misconception, we did not ban the use of plastic bottles in municipal facilities. We did not do that. We just decided that we were going to prohibit the sale of them within municipal facilities, and that happened a long time ago, and we got a lot of accolades for the action we took, and we just need to stay the course because it is the most environmentally sustainable thing that we can do, and it's what the community has demanded.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Any other discussion to the motion? Okay, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? No, it's unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Ioannoni?
So what are we doing about the glass bottles?
And the plastic.
We're going to ask the clerk here to... Councillor, we're going to ask the clerk to comment, please.
Well, with that in mind, if you look in your additions, what I did was I reproduced the minutes from the last meeting when this issue came up, and you already went on record that the city banned the sale of glass bottles at all city facilities.
Yes, Councillor.
So we have, in fact, now, by adopting this report really takes us back to our original motion that we are not selling plastic because there's not a biodegradable. And you cannot sell glass. So breakaways can no longer sell that?
I don't...
Because I thought when we started in 2009, it was the right thing to do. We did the right thing. And we were telling people our tap water was safe. Use our tap water. We have city water bottles that we were selling. You can probably buy water bottles cheaper than it would cost you to buy, say, 2 children a bottle of water. So if the point was to encourage people to use tap water, maybe that, you just say, oh, by the way, the fountain's over there. But I want to leave this clear, leave this meeting clear. They cannot sell glass and they cannot sell plastic. Am I right?
Yes,
okay,
you are
thank
correct.
you.
That was banned at the last meeting, the glass, and today was the... in exchange, I think there was a bit of a trade-off on the video games. Yes, Mr. Calavecchia?
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a little bit confused now. As far as when you pass this motion, as far as not being able to sell glass, now, McBain has his contract already in place. The bylaw comes in after. So I have my contract in place. It doesn't say anywhere on my lease that I cannot sell glass. Now, this happens after, so how am I to abide by that rule, and he cannot abide by his?
Mr. Beeman, could you give us some input on this?
I'm really strongly advising not debating the terms of your lease on camera. All right, Mr.
Calavecchia?
Calavecchia? Sorry,
yes,
I didn't know your last name. Has legal advice. Council, get the benefit of my advice. I think given the circumstance, I can tell you though that I certainly would argue that council has a jurisdiction to, as a landlord, to regulate, well, quite apart from any municipal issues, to make this rule, given that what the building is, an arena. Landlords are always entitled to have reasonable rules within their buildings, and having glass bottles in arenas has generally proven to be a very bad thing over history. And there's any number of arenas you can point to around right up to the Air Canada Centre where you can't get a glass bottle. They pour your beer in the plastic thing before you can have it, so that they make sure you don't throw it at the Maple Leafs when they lose again. You know, and I mean, we got a junior B team here, and they're fairly rowdy crowds in junior B in my experience. So in any event, so that you know, we defend that position, and I'm sure Mr. Vaca will disagree with me, and we'll see where it comes out. But I think that's a defensible position.
Does that answer your question? So yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Your Worship, maybe then we should make a motion to have Mr. Colavecchia and our city solicitor sit down. And I'm not sure whether or not they're going to agree to disagree at that point, but I think at least they should have a discussion if we're not supposed to discuss in terms of the lease in public. That would be the only prudent way. I mean, I know when the motion came forward, recommendation number 2, maybe it was the way I read the motion, whatever, I voted against it, thinking we were going to have some more discussion on it for the exact purpose of the bottles. I'm not crazy about the bottles. I understand they were already selling the bottles. I don't know if they have a legal right to continue selling them. I thought there was going to be some more discussion. Obviously, that's not what happened when the motion was taken. But anyway, I think at this point that the proponents of breakaway should probably sit down with their city solicitor and see whether or not they can agree to disagree or even agree at that point.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
The staff that operate the arena are the people that have to deal with breakaways on a daily basis. And I think it would be wiser to do what Mr. Todd originally had in mind, which was sitting down with Mr. Todd and Ms. Moldenhauer and work things out, rather than having me involved. Because if I get involved, then Mr. Vaca has to come, and we're going to fight with each other. Because that's what we're trained to do. So I would suggest that they try to work it out at that level first, before we go to the lawyers, because I think you might find you have a better chance of peace in the valley that way as well. It leads to, I think, a more ongoing and respectful relationship at the arena than if I'm getting involved all the time. So I'd like us to try to work it out at that level. That'd be my recommendation to council before we go to the lawyer.
Great, thank you. Councillor Carrier?
Your Worship, I mean, and if that would be the proper course of action, if you need a motion, I'll be happy to make it when the time is right.
Okay. Councillor Carrier?
Well, I don't know what you're going to work out. If the council says he can't sell bottles, you're going to tell staff, try and work out something with him, but we've just said he can't sell bottles. And then he can't sell plastic. Is the motion next week he can't sell French fries? I don't know what what we can tell the guy he can or cannot sell.
Just one possible opportunity is what they do in other arenas, which is you pour the stuff out of the bottle and give the guy a cup. Then he can throw that at the Leafs and he can't hurt them. Well, maybe you could hurt the Leafs, but I mean, the most hockey players would hurt. And that's what you would be a potential solution. That would enable the operator to continue to vend the product, but you wouldn't have the danger of the glass bottles.
Technically, he's still selling a glass bottle. He's pouring it in a cup. We said he can't sell glass bottles in the arena. That's what the motion is.
Well, he didn't sell the bottle, he sold the contents of it.
Ooh. Yep.
Yeah, I think some common sense has to prevail. The discussion that night at council was the fact that they don't want to see the glass being used as a projectile on the ice. So I don't think there's anything saying that they can't have the liquid in the glass, as long as in the glass bottle, as long as they dump it into a cup, like Mr. Beeman said.
Mr. Kovacs, you had a comment?
Just in regards to that, we have thought about that also, and I know we're all talking about this. We don't want to have glass there. I mean, we really don't want to have glass there. We understand that it's not the right place to have glass, but as far as pouring it into a cup, as far as just taking one step back. Sorry, as far as revenues, when we water and Gatorade, Powerade were probably 25 to 30% of our revenue. Gatorade, obviously, and Powerade do not come in the glass bottle. Sorry, only come in plastic. They do not come in biodegradable bottle. So we had to stop selling that. So we did bring in containers, and we do sell that in cups. We pour that in cups. We sell a little bit. Yeah. How many people come up there and ask for a Powerade, Gatorade, and like, can I get a bottle of Gatorade? Yeah, no problem. I'm just going to pour it into a cup for you. Forget it. We might sell out of 10. We might sell 1 now. So I mean, is that something that we can do, pour it in? Yes, but I mean, it's still, it wouldn't be worth us having it to pour in, just to, you know, because people, the reason they want it is because they don't want to drink it all at once. They want to close it, either put it in their purse, carry it around, or just like anybody has a bottle of water. How many times you drink the whole thing at once? When you have that cup, you can't put it in your purse, you can't do anything with it. So it's difficult for us. We've thought about that, but we do the Powerade because there are some people who really, they want the Powerade, they want it. So that's why we do have it that way, but I don't think that'll work. But and secondly, sorry, if it's so easy for us to pass the motion as far as not carrying bottled water, not carrying glass within the arena. How can we not stop all the city properties and pass a motion saying, starting now, we don't carry it no more, if we can do it that easily? And then everyone's on the same boat. I don't have to hear, well, we can get it at the arena. We can get it at, I understand they have a contract, but we also had the contract. But I'm saying, so we don't have to hear, you know, we can get it at McBain, we can get it here. Why can't we have it here? It just eliminates everything, and we're all under the same roof.
Okay, Councillor Wade?
I didn't know whether staff needed to explain once again about the contract that was in existence at the McBain Centre when the motion was passed in 2009. I don't know if the gentleman needs an explanation again so he can understand what the situation is.
Well, I think he understands. I think the point that our solicitor is making earlier is that it's within our right to, as the landlord, to do something like this. And I know the question is, well, then why can't you do it at another facility? And I understand where you're coming from. Well, we've passed the motion. We currently don't allow glass bottles, and we currently don't allow plastic bottles to be sold. So right now, and I understand that there was a bit of a trade-off, some video games or something. I think that was part of the last negotiation. Do you remember? We had that.
Vending machine.
Yeah, the vending machines or something. Has that happened?
Yeah, it was kind of late in the season now, so I mean, we're really not going to see. We were going to put a couple in to see what if it can help generate a little bit more revenue that we were losing from the not selling the water or the Gatorade. So I mean, would it be more time to tell next September than it is now, really? So
right. Yeah, of course. Is there any other direction or motion that we want to bring forward? Because if not, yeah, Mr. Ford, did you want to add to this? You have a good idea that we can.
There's 2 points that I think are important made here. The first thing is what we were saying about the McBain Centre. I think the will at the time when the council passed the original request not to sell bottled water. And again, what that motion was all about, it wasn't a ban, it was a matter of giving people the choice that they could bring a bottle in if they wanted to, but that council was saying, we want to vote confidence in our municipal water supply. And that was the reason for the direction that it went. And I think the will was that when that contract at the McBain Centre was up, that water would not be sold at McBain Centre. So I think that's important to mention. The other thing is, I don't understand why this can't work at the arena if it works at the soccer club and if it works at the baseball diamonds. There were issues at the baseball diamonds as well, but they worked it out. And they don't sell bottled water at the baseball diamonds anymore. So it was worked out. So I don't see why it can't work at the arena as well.
Councillor Carrier.
Just to comment on that, you can work it out, but he's just telling you that that's not what the customers want, that the customers don't like it. Yeah, you can work it out by telling them they can't buy it, and they don't buy it. And he loses business, and the people drink what's available. Most of the kids don't drink pop because they can't get water.
Or as council said, council made the decision to allow another way of producing revenue.
But he's telling you they don't want it. He's telling you he's there every day. What they want, he can't sell.
Okay. Well, I think for now, I think we've dealt with the issue. And if there's any further ideas to bring forward, of course, we're amenable to hearing them. But in the meantime, council's made the decision, and we're glad you agree that glass isn't the number one option that we want to go with. And for now, the decision we've, I guess, established what a biodegradable bottle is. So at least we've spent the last half hour and figured that out. So we're good for now. So thank you, Mr. Kelbeck. I appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you. And thank you to our groups for being here tonight as well. I need a motion. We're almost finished, but I need a motion to go past 11 o'clock. Moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Gates. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, thank you. Mayor's report and announce. Oh, here we go. This is everyone's favorite part of the meeting, especially Councillor Thompson. He loves this part. First off, Mayor's remarks for tonight. First, some sad news. Ralph Zabor passed away February the 28th. He's the brother of Richard Zabor, who works for the city in our service center. And as well, we lost Horace Wheeler. He passed away March 3rd at the age of 92. He was a former City of Niagara Falls Assistant City Building Inspector. So our condolences go out to them and to their families. Part of a bet that we lost on council. Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Just to add to it, and Horace Wheeler and I worked together when I was at the health department. Excellent employee and a great individual. Today I was at the funeral home. Charlie Rienzo passed away. The Rienzo family, well known in this community. Great baseball and hockey player. He was worked out with the Pittsburgh Pirates and also the Cleveland Indians. Had a great reputation. Wonderful fellow, and passed away. I was at the funeral home today, so I would move that we send condolences to his family on behalf of the mayor and council.
Okay, then we'll do that. Moved and seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. And also another person who passed away this week, Linda Santon, who used to be an employee of the cities in the Pied Piper Playground program as well. Young lady succumbed to cancer, so very sad. Lost some wonderful people this past little while. Moving on now to recent events. Council we bowled in the Strikeout Violence Women's Place of South Niagara tournament that took place on Clifton Hill at Boston Pizza. And there was a little side bet that went on. And the outcome, well, we lost just barely. It was that I had to wear an earring. And so I'll put it on the side so you can see it okay on that side. So I said I would wear this while I was doing the last of my announcement. So yeah, go ahead, take your pictures. It's right there. It's
that kind of suits you.
It suits me? Okay, good. Excellent.
It is budget night.
It is budget night, that's right. Go ahead. Some ammunition.
It's good for the website.
Yeah, it's good for the website. Just keep this one to yourselves.
I still have him as Dorothy. So
Yeah, thank you. We'll keep him in line. But we do want to mention that it was a lot of fun. Of course, it was 4 city councilors against Councillor Gates. Can you help me? You were there. You bowled. Can you just fill them in? Approximately how many staff were there that we had to?
About 11.
11. And then what was the bet again? Took the top
4.
Top 4. So we only had 4. So that meant that was also our bottom 4, and we had to go against 11. And of course, little did we know we had Fred Flintstone, Chief Smith bowler here, who was a sandbagger, and he pulled it all out at the end. We didn't realize he was such a good bowler. But pardon me? Twinkle toes. That's what his own team was referring to him. But I mean, he had to balance out our CAO, but in the end, worked out good. They had a good score. Anyway, so congratulations to the city staff team for being victorious and winning the bet. Moving on, I see a lot of councillors and staff wearing purple tonight. And of course, you were asked by our clerk's department to do that to support epilepsy. So congratulations to everyone that made the effort. State of the City, that took place yesterday. That was sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce, and it took place at the Marriott Gateway. It was a very interesting afternoon, and I want to thank Councillors Gates and Iannone for joining me, and for everyone else for their well wishes, and hopefully you'll be out next year to see what all the fireworks is about. It was definitely an interesting afternoon, and if you're really dying to know what it was like, you can go on the city's website and you can watch the full video. So I recommend, if you have nothing better to do, then that's what you would do. Clarkson Cup, the women's hockey, this is the Stanley Cup of women's hockey, took place in Niagara Falls this past weekend. TSN was in town. We are also excited to host Adrienne Clarkson, the Right Honorable Adrienne Clarkson, former Governor General. She was also attended by, or she also shared the stage with Hurricane Hazel McCallion, Mayor of Mississauga. She was here supporting the Brampton team as they took on Montreal. Montreal was victorious. It was a great event. They're considering the idea of coming for the next 3 years. We're in discussions with that, and I should point out that they could not say enough about the hospitality that they received in this city, specifically Councillor Carrio and his amenities. They said they've never been treated so well. They were actually treated like first-class Olympians, and something that really meant a lot to them. So where better to go for hospitality than Niagara Falls, and who better to do it than Councillor Carrio and his team. We want to thank him, Michael Aigret, and all of our staff that worked on putting this together. It was an outstanding event. They said they loved everything about it, just we need more crowds for next year. Now that everyone knows what the Clarkson Cup is, we're hoping that if we can put this deal together, we'll get better crowds for next year. Speaking of crowds, the CAO and our Director of Economic Development and myself, along with the Winter Festival of Lights, the Niagara Parks Commission, and the BIAs were represented in Quebec City last weekend to watch the Red Bull Crashed Ice event. Has 100,000 people crowded in to watch a cross between bobsledding, downhill skiing, and roller derby, all done on skates of speeds of up to 50 kilometers an hour. Unbelievable event to watch. It was exciting. The energy was incredible, and you'll be happy to know that the Red Bull group is very excited about the idea of coming here to Niagara Falls. So we have an application in with Celebrate Ontario. We're waiting for a final outcome, and if the event does come here and we're on the circuit, it'll be very exciting for the city. That would take place the end of this November, early December. So we're working. We met with the mayor of Quebec City as well, and it was interesting. He told us before it was official that they had their new arena funding in place. And now the next thing is the Quebec Nordique, which they're planning to bring back to Quebec City. I read what Mr. Bettman had to say. We heard what Mr. Lebon, the mayor of Quebec City, had to say. We'll see what happens, but my bets are they'll have a team in Quebec City. Looking ahead, Earth Hour is this Saturday, March the 31st, 8:30 till 9:30. Turn your lights off for 1 hour. Spend some family time. As well, a reminder, Easter is coming, and Project Share is on their in their Easter food drive. So if you've got some extra non-perishable items, please think to bring them down to Project Share. Also mention that the Niagara District Airport is having their annual general meeting tomorrow night at 7 p.m. And everybody's encouraged to attend this very exciting AGM. Also to mention, Claire Savoy, daughter of our fire services staffer Lisa Savoy, is going along with 3,400 students from across Canada to Vimy Ridge on April the 9th for the 95th anniversary. Ceremony will be televised on CHCH, CTV, CBC, and some other notable media outlets. And my closing remarks, I'd like to encourage everyone this Saturday night, the 31st, to go to the Royal Canadian Legion on Spring Street. This was brought to us by Councillor Maves. There's going to be a fundraiser for a young woman named Carissa who's got cerebral palsy and severe quadriplegia and brain damage. And this young woman is going to be having a special surgery to make her life more livable. And the family would encourage all of us to come out and spend a little time with them and spend a little bit of money this Saturday night, March the 31st, again at the Royal Canadian Legion on Spring Street from 7 p.m. And last two items, Niagara Falls Transit just recently launched their iRide card, where it's basically a rechargeable credit card, debit card that can be used on the buses and recharged on the buses. And it's our transit working hard toward better customer service. So never mind fumbling for change. It'll be like a Timmy's card, and we're now going to be utilizing that with our transit. So congratulations to our transit staff. And lastly, Springalicious is coming up June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. If you're looking to become a vendor, just contact Kevin White. You just have to call City Hall, and we can pass that information along to you. That ends the mayor's remarks, and I can now take my earring off. Is that okay, Chief Twinkletoes? Thank you. All right, moving on. Communications and comments of the city clerk. First up, Niagara Regional Labour Council is requesting council approve a resolution related to the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. Recommendation is that we approve this AMO resolution. Moved by Councillor.
There's a deputation.
There's a deputy. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that in my notes here. Oh, there it is. We have a deputation. Heather Kelly, Vice President of the Niagara Regional Labour Council. Would you like to approach the council and speak to us on this? Welcome, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you. It's been an interesting evening. Honorable Mayor, councillors, staff, and community members, I'm here representing the Niagara Regional Labour Council this evening, which represents thousands of unionized workers across the Niagara area. We operate under the umbrella of the Canadian Labour Congress, and we promote social justice, human rights, fair labour laws, safe workplaces, and are advocates for issues that affect workers across Niagara. And it is on this last issue that brings me here this evening to ask for your support and action to adopt the proposed municipal and community resolution as submitted by the Niagara Regional Labour Council. So I'm even more excited knowing that you actually have two resolutions before you, and I'm hoping to persuade you that the AMO simply does not go far enough. The resolution deals with the comprehensive that the Labour Council submitted, deals with the Economic Trade Agreement, better known as CETA, which is currently being negotiated by the Canadian federal government and the European Union. CETA will constrain the ability of governments in Canada at all levels to meet their democratic responsibilities to its citizens and to its residents. We believe that CETA, as it is currently contemplated, would negatively restrict the ability of City Council, its area municipalities, and other public institutions within Niagara in being able to make procurement decisions necessary to revive the manufacturing and public service economies within our area. I originally intended to go through our proposed resolution and provide explanation. I noted, however, as I said on the agenda, that staff is recommending the adoption of AMO's resolution. So I would then like to address why Labour believes that the resolution, AMO's, does not go far enough to protect our workers here in the Niagara area. The CETA negotiations began in 2009, and a ninth and possibly final round took place in Ottawa in 2011. The European Union has asked that municipalities and other subnational entities be covered by brand new international trade and investment disciplines. There is yet to be an analysis done to show potential impact and/or value. Canadian municipalities have expressed growing concern with trade agreements and their potential impacts on municipal programs and services and local autonomy. Labour is also concerned with the impact of these trade agreements. When the North American Free Trade Agreement was negotiated, Labour at that time expressed concern then about the potential impact on jobs in Canada. I am only too sorry to say that we have seen many of our living wage jobs leave this country, and any work that was provided by our American friends was only on a short-term basis, and we began again to see workplaces shut down and head south of the border. Again, we as Labour advocates are concerned about the chapters in CETA which deal with procurement, investment, and services and their impact on our local municipalities. The Canadian government has not provided an assessment of the impact of CETA on municipal governments, although they have exchanged an initial procurement offer with the EU, listing sub-federal entities that will be bound by the rules of the procurement. This could tie into our local municipalities, and that would explicitly tie us to the terms and conditions of an international trade agreement. The EU's top priority is to have unconditional access to government procurement. Unobstructed access to Canadian municipal procurement by both EU and Canadian corporations, combined with investment protections in CETA on government concessions related to transit, water, electricity, and other social services delivered locally, may further reduce economic development options for our local communities. Unconditional access means that even if a municipality does not discriminate in favor of a Canadian company, the Council could still consider any local benefit whatsoever in its evaluation of a bid. So it wouldn't matter if a prospective supplier offered to train local workers, transfer technology, make investments in the community, or source goods and services locally. These offsets could not tip the balance in favor of that supplier. This will not only apply to municipalities, but also to our schools, hospitals, libraries, power and water utilities, including drinking water. I know it was not very long ago that our council made a request to area councils to consider in their deliberations when looking for services or supplies to consider those made in Canada, and even more specifically in our own region, in order to encourage growth and living wage jobs in our communities. To be clear, we are asking in our resolution that Ontario issue a clear, permanent exemption for the regional municipality of Niagara and the city of Niagara Falls from Canada-EU CETA, and it otherwise protect the powers of municipalities, hospitals, school boards, utilities, universities, and other sub-federal agencies to use public procurement, services, and investments as tools to create local jobs, protect the environment, and support local development. And that municipalities such as ours recognize the role procurement can play in achieving social goals and currently do not evaluate on the basis of the cheapest bidder only. Best value for the community includes strategic procurement, providing a market for innovative new technology, equality and social justice goals, local job creation, and employment equity provisions, as well as fair wage policies and food security. European companies are also seeking right of market access to provide public utilities such as public works, water service, electricity, roads, ports, airports. And this will not mean municipalities must privatize, but it will offer global operations a foot in the door, and once they are in, could potentially expand their presence to the detriment of our own local workforce. Companies also want protection against expropriation, very broadly defined as any government action which diminishes the value of an investment or deprives the investor of market access. Potentially, municipalities could lose their freedom to bring privatized services back into the public sector, or they could face compensation claims. Companies claiming their investment rights were compromised would be able to sue municipalities for future loss of profits through investor-to-state arbitration. It has not been the norm for international agreements to cover municipal governments and their procurement policies, such as the ones proposed by CETA. Currently, procurement practices tend to be open and transparent. However, municipalities still have the power to ensure calls for tenders require some proportion of goods and services to meet some local benefit. It has been suggested by the federal government that local governments could use non-contractual agreements or consider only tenders which fall below the CETA thresholds. Improving transparency and accountability does not require sacrificing the contribution government procurement can make to social, environmental, or economic goals. It has been reported the CETA would apply to all municipal contracts above thresholds of $340,600 for goods and services and $8.5 million for construction projects. These figures are not yet confirmed, and these figures are assumed based on the World Trade Organization Agreement on Government Procurement. The City Council will have to ensure that their policies and their bylaws adopt this principle in order to meet its obligations under CETA. The 80-20 guideline, while 80% of municipal contracts are under these thresholds, the 20% which are over represents 80% of the value of all procurement contracts. If municipalities must follow international trade and investment rules when they issue a call for tendering, it will affect the largest contracts, and these are precisely the contracts, whether European or Canadian, that large corporations want access to. CETA rules would mean municipalities abandon government procurement to development when dealing with European suppliers and every other supplier. Municipal government should be able to use the tools at their disposal to advance decent work and local job creation projects and local training and education. Municipal governments should be able to continue public services as they are currently delivered, and any new public services should be created without reservation and without negative impacts from a trade agreement. We must have the authority to favor public delivery of services such as water treatment and distribution without fear that such a policy would be considered a barrier to trade in services by EU companies. Municipalities should have a clear and permanent exemption from CETA. Our provinces, territories, and local towns and cities must retain the policy space they need to use public money in support of sustainable local economic development. Otherwise, administrative burdens on municipalities would become even more onerous. A key component of the international procurement obligation.
Are we almost?
I am almost
Okay, good.
complete.
Thank you. Okay.
Obligation is the availability of recourse through a bid challenge process and dispute settlement. I realize that most of this is not so very different than what you already experience, but it does take it to the international stage. We believe that it's important that the broader public sector be informed of what CETA could mean to them as well. It should be noted that Canada already has a large bilateral trade deficit with the EU, $15 billion in goods and close to $4 billion in services, and it means that we have lost some 70,000 jobs as a result of that. In a decisive 36-5 vote, Toronto City Council has passed a motion asking to be shielded from the terms and conditions of CETA. On the same evening, the municipality of Thorold also passed a motion calling for the exemption from CETA. To be clear, we are asking you to adopt the Labour Council resolution and to encourage other local, municipal, and regional government to do the same. Further, we ask that you act on seeking support by the province of Ontario to exempt our municipality from CETA. I just want to briefly mention other municipalities that have adopted the similar resolutions. The Union of British Columbia Municipalities, which is equal to our AMO. Drayton Valley, Alberta, Lashburn, Saskatchewan, and Lunenburg, Nova Scotia, because it is pan-Canadian. In Ontario alone, the towns of New Tecumseh, Alnwick, Haldimand, Brantford, Stratford, Township of Peely, Trent Hills, Township of Asphodel Norwood, Hamilton, Brockville, French River, County of Essex, Quinte West, Windsor, Ingersoll, just to name a few, have already passed a similar resolution and asked to be exempt from CETA because it does hurt the municipality. How can we possibly enter into an agreement without having full public disclosure of the text and without having an impact study completed? There are several items that we need to ensure are exempt from CETA: drinking water and wastewater services, public services, including protection for future policy flexibility without threat of litigation, patent protection for generic drugs, health care and insurance, food and dairy products, and power, including solar, wind, and water. The benefits for Niagara are few at this time, but the costs will definitely increase just to remain compliant with CETA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. Councillor Wayne?
Yes, I was leaning toward the clerk's recommendation that we go with the AMO resolution until I got to the FCM backgrounder, and I started to get alarmed then. Some of the things that FCM pointed out as concerns is inappropriately lower broad procurement thresholds could force municipalities to tender projects when tendering is neither practical nor financially justified. Ensuring that our procurement policies are free trade compliant can create new costs and may require specialized expertise, which of course we know will mean increased costs for us as well. It just goes on, and so I went from the FCM backgrounder into the Columbia Institute's sheets that the staff provided, and I noted where it said that the EU has specifically requested that drinking water services be included in CETA. And gee, after the previous report dealing with bottled water, my ears really pricked up at that. Also, again, there was the concern here that CETA would allow multinational corporations to put intense pressure on municipalities, and unsuccessful corporate bidders could have the right to challenge a municipality's decision in awarding a contract. Again, litigation risks, increased administrative costs as we have to report on and defend our procurement choices. And of course, finally, was the article from the Star, which ended up with I was quoting Osgood professor Gus Van Harten, an expert in international investment law, who was talking about wake-up calls and believes it's vital that Canadians understand that dispute settlement trumps Canadian legislatures and courts and are all-powerful, and said it's particularly worrisome because Canada doesn't have the best reputation for fighting back when challenged by big companies. So once I read the latter part of the presentation that staff put before us, I changed my mind, and I now believe that we need to support the Labour Council's resolution, and I will make that motion.
Okay, moved by Councillor Ring that we support the Labour Council's resolution. Do we have a second? Seconded by first, Councillor Gates.
There's a surprise.
Yes. In favor? In favor? Okay. Will you call the vote? Any discussion on the
I just want one quick rule.
Oh, yeah, sure, of course.
Well, I think, yeah, exactly. But I think one thing that I'm going to ask my fellow councillors, how many before you got your package knew about CETA? I would think that not too many. And this is one of the most comprehensive, far-reaching international trade agreements in our history. So I want to compliment the Labour Council for going to community to heighten awareness. 150,000 manufacturing jobs will be lost in our country over this trade agreement. How many around this room would think that we can afford one more job being lost in manufacturing, never mind 150,000? And the opportunity, I think this council probably gets tired of hearing me, how much I talk about having the opportunity to buy local, keep local people working. All this takes it away from those decisions. This is important to support this resolution. I think the AMO content isn't quite as strong as it should be. I would appreciate the council support in the Labour Council. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, next up, Canadian National Autism Foundation requesting April 2nd be Autism Awareness Day. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Okay, any additional council items, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship, there was a correspondence from Mr. Vaca from Sullivan Manny. It was related to a recent decision by the Escarpment Commission to deny a development permit related to the Fruit Belt development. The city was actually the applicant on that development permit, and what we're recommending to council is, because the deadline for the appeal is March 30th, that council directs staff to file that appeal, and we'll come back with a more thorough report about the background on that at the next meeting.
Okay.
I don't know if Mr.
I just wanted to make one thing clear to council. Excuse me. We were planning to recommend this appeal in any event. Mr. Vaca's letter just sort of adds to the momentum, as it were. But staff had made up its mind to appeal this decision in any event, or to recommend to council that we appeal this decision of the commission.
Okay, there's a request by staff to bring this appeal forward. We have a motion from council. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo. Okay, seconded by Councillor Maves. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Ratification of Committee of the Whole recommendations. Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The following items are to be ratified from tonight's meeting of the Committee of the Whole. That the Committee Whole minutes of February 28, 2012 be approved. Under reports, PD 2012-08, that Council authorized staff to withdraw the appeal to the OMB regarding the Committee of Adjustments decision to grant minor variance application A 2011-023, and that staff report back on testamentary device lots and possible official plan amendments related to the testamentary device lots. MW 2012-14, Don Johnson Park upgrades and Hydro 1 Park license agreement renewal, that council authorized staff to proceed with a renewal agreement with Hydro 1 for the use of hydro property, and that the mayor and city clerk execute the final agreement. That staff be authorized to complete the engineering phase at the cost of $10,000, and that an expenditure of $138,000 be included in the 2012 capital budget deliberations. And under PD 212-21, Regional Policy Plan Amendment, that the Council approve PD 2012-21 to be submitted to the Niagara region as the City's formal comments on Regional Planning Policy Amendment number 1-2012, and that the expansion of the Gateway Urban Employment Lands include the DeCosimo-Montrose lands. And I so move.
Moved by Councillor Ioannoni, second by Councillor Thompson. Any discussion on Committee of the Whole? All those in favor? Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Ask the clerk to ratify in-camera recommendations.
One item, Your Worship, that the council authorized the mayor and clerk to sign the operation, maintenance, and governing agreement with Metrolinx.
Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. Conflict noted by Councillor Iannoni. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. All right, the consent agenda. Motion to move the consent agenda by Councillor Iannoni, seconded by Councillor Carrio. Yes, do you want to pull some, Councillor White?
Not pull it, just highlight something. In report MW 2012-03, Weeping Tile Removal Assistance Program, I definitely support the report, but there's attached to it the April 26, 2010 report, which unfortunately was downstairs in committee, so the public never really got to see the discussion. And I recall that Councillor Fisher and Councillor Iannoni, Mayor Salsi and myself were at the Chippewa meetings about this, and the residents from the area were really upset that this program was being brought in, and I don't think they understood how important it is. If I could just highlight a few things, the stormwater and wastewater infrastructure in our city's been under increasing stress in recent years due to new development, climate change, and aging infrastructure. Climate change we can't do anything about. Aging infrastructure we can, and of course we talked about that tonight with regards to the debt management. And the new development, certainly we can do something about that as well, which is why this council made a motion to have a moratorium on development in Chippewa until this can be dealt with. I remember that with regards to the, I think it was Willoughby Drive situation. The most cost-effective solution to our problems with overloading of our infrastructure is to eliminate the problem at its source. And that means redirecting any connection that lets surface drainage and groundwater into the sanitary system. The impacts from residential weeping tile connections are critical, and reducing them is a cost-effective part of the overall program. And this has to be done because what we have, if with all this increased impact on our sewage system, is combined sewage overflows, which we know are bad, basement flooding, which we know is bad, and early, costly, premature capital investments, which we know is bad. So we have all these bad things coming out of not addressing the extra flow into the system, so it has to be addressed for the good of the entire community and the people downstream from those with the weeping tile connections. And we also have a commitment to the Ministry of the Environment to reduce this stuff. So there's not much choice. And I just wanted to highlight this because one of the things that is being recommended in this new updated report is that we have a more aggressive public education campaign. And I think the report from 2010 that I just highlighted has so much really good material in this. As soon as I read that, I went, yes, like, this is absolutely what we need to do. And we need the public to see the same information that council had before that night in 2010, so that they can go, yes, and understand and support it as well. Thank you.
It made you say yes? Is that what it did? I just want to make sure. Got that straight. All right, so you don't need, okay, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, I just want to highlight the Kinsman Court Business Park sign. There's an opportunity to have a sign for an industrial area on Kinsman Court, which is hidden. It's being done gratis by a sign individual, Farron Signs, and going to be maintained by them. Been working on this for several months. There's always one problem or another. I hope that this approval tonight gets the matter underway and cut through a lot of the red tape. I have to compliment staff also on the Weeping Tile Assistance Program and the changes. Needed some upgrading and public notification. The boulevard and winter restoration, I hope that can be sent out to a couple of the people who were a copy of that report, to a couple of the people that were writing to us with respect to plowing Cynic Street or not, and a couple of the other area people who were concerned about the the restoration after the winter season. I think this is a compliment staff on, I think this is an excellent new suggestion on how to attack this, because what we were doing before was totally ineffective. We have the statement of remuneration and expenses. I hope that possibly at the next report we can come back in with some kind, not some kind, we worked for years with a wonderful way of council not dealing with its remuneration directly tied to the CUPE union. It's been off for 3 or 4 years now. Hopefully that we can have a report come back in where we can deal with that. Something people don't want to deal with, but all of a sudden somebody comes in and wants to have it upgraded by 10 or 20%, usually totally unacceptable. So I think the system we had before was excellent. We didn't have to talk about it. We didn't have to deal with it. We didn't have to be accused of dealing with this as a council. So hopefully that can come back in. But I support the balance of the reports.
Okay, yes. Councillor Wayne?
Yes, I should probably declare conflict on MW 2012-04, the 2012 Boulevard and Winter Restoration Program. I had a sidewalk plow come down my street twice this winter, and as a result of those 2 passes, I have 2 properties with the turf on the boulevard torn up, and it's going to need restoration.
Okay, all right.
Council aren't eligible for that.
No, we're not. And one last, just before we approve them, I know we've got Mr. Matovic here in regard to PD 2012-23, and there's a recommendation to approve. So did you want to speak to that, or are you just good with us? Okay, great. So we're ready to move them all? Yep, I'm sorry, Councilor Pierangelo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to comment on the skating aids, I just simply wanted to thank staff for the report. I think the suggestion of introducing brand new weekend family public skating sessions every single weekend throughout the year, that there's public skating sessions is a great idea. And at these family skating sessions as well, children that don't know how to skate will be able to bring out skating aids. So it's a great idea to staff, and I thank them for the report.
Actually, quick funny story to tell you. I was speaking with Hazel McCallion this weekend about skating aids, and I said, Hazel, you probably don't know. I probably shouldn't even ask you. I said, but you know, do you know? Do you guys have skating aids on your ice surfaces? Oh, you probably don't even know because you have so many staff and whatnot. She said, I know the answer to that. I was out skating at the Hershey Center a couple weeks ago, and I said, what's the answer? She goes, of course we have skating aids. So anyway, it was kind of interesting. She's quite a lady. Anyway, we've got the motion to approve all the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. What's that? No, not at all. All right, now, almost. Is there anyone here present?
I wanted to amend the approval online. That's why I asked to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you didn't.
No, I did want to speak. I'm sorry.
You didn't want us to approve it?
I do, but I would like to.
Well, come on.
Wording if I could.
Step up, Nick. Yeah, come up to the mic and maybe we
I'll be very brief, and I thank Mr. Herlovich for recommending the approval. There is one point that is in there that I have just recently gotten some information from my legal counsel that could affect what happens after the lot is subdivided and will go to build. It deals with the geotechnical report that's required to be performed prior to the issuance of the building permit. What that geotechnical report could do is, in effect, redefine the environmental protection area that's on the site. And that is currently defined by the zoning. It was done in 1998, and it was done by the NPCA at that time. They are currently seeking to apply what they call new rules to this site. And my legal counsel has instructed me that he believes they do not have that right. What I would like to do is ask that the geotechnical report only be required if it is determined that it is legally required to be done prior to the issuance of the building permit.
Mr. Beeman, are you following that?
This is very technical, I'm sorry,
okay.
but it's...
First, it's Mr. Lustig who's given this advice, and far be it from me to disagree with that, but I don't see how this is in any way relevant to this severance. Because what we're talking, if we're talking about a geotechnical report that's required for building permit purposes, what the guy wants to know is whether the dirt's going to hold up the building.
Actually, Mr.
Yeah.
Beeman, just for your knowledge and clarification, there's a difference between what the MPCA requires for policy level geotechnical reports and what's required for construction. They have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, okay, well then I don't see how one relates to the building permit, but it certainly doesn't relate to the severance. Because I don't see anywhere in here where there's any condition in the severance that there'd be a geotechnical.
Mr. Hurlich has implied it and through no fault of his own. I'm not at all.
Well,
it was certainly, these are such technical points and fine points.
Well, I don't see anywhere in here that council is asking for any geotechnical report. Past the bylaw. Is that what are you asking? Acting requirement? I see.
Last paragraph.
All right. Well, I guess okay, yes, I see. Yes, it's also required that just as you proposed building will be considered. But I don't see. I guess the problem that I have with that is that's a public safety requirement. I mean, they're trying to find out. They're trying to find out if the thing is stable.
I am going to do one regardless. It's just whether it's done for NPCA policy level or for construction purposes.
Well, it doesn't say that they're asking to shift the boundary, which is your concern. It doesn't say that's what they want. What it says in this report is that they wanted to demonstrate.
You haven't seen the correspondence from the NPCA.
I know I haven't, but this issue's being thrown in front of me right here, right now, with no notice of any kind, and I'm being asked to resolve it. From my point of view. It really is a heck of a time to be raising it, but...
Why don't we just take a pause, and maybe give it a second, and I've got Mr. Hurlovich and Councillor Thompson like to speak to it. Okay, Councillor Thompson, why don't you jump in then?
Well, first of all, I'm very familiar with the area, and I really don't understand this entire development has been built on. There are three new townhousing going on a much more precarious hill than the suggestion by Mr. Matovic, and where he is looking forward to this change. And if he's looking for a motion saying that we not insist on this unless it's mandatory by the Conservation Authority, is that who's doing this?
Well, the Conservation Authority is requesting it. The issue of whether it's mandatory, I think, would be settled more by the legal system and what the rights of the NPCA are versus my rights as a landowner and what the zoning currently allows for.
I can, if I might, Councillor Thompson, if you wouldn't mind. I'm absolutely certain now, having read this is, as I concluded at the start, this really doesn't have anything to do with what Council is doing tonight. This is the decision that is in the capacity of the NPCA. They don't have to listen to the Council. They'll make their decision as to what they want. And as it says right in this report, it's dealt with at the building permit stage. This isn't a building permit stage. You're just deciding to lift the part lot control so that lots can be created. The argument with the NPCA is going to take place at the building permit stage, and that's not within the jurisdiction of the Council anyway. So it really is, it's really not something the Council can deal with. It's a matter for the chief building official as a separate legal authority and the NPCA, who are a separate legal authority.
All that I'm requesting is that if it is determined that it's not required, but it's in this document to be done, you have a slight conflict that this could follow through afterwards. I'm not trying to be difficult, but it's...
But I think the issue can't be resolved today. It's between the NPCA and yourself, which doesn't have anything to do with what Council's doing, which is deciding to separate these lots.
It is in the planning report, though.
Sorry?
It is in Mr. Hrdlovich's planning report, which Council is basing its decision on.
Yeah, and I see that, and it's there, but he's not asking Council to require it. Okay, all it is a comment that the thing's required. Yes, if I would love that it not be in the report personally, because I don't think all I think it does is complicate things. Council, you're just being asked to determine if you want to lift part lot control. I would recommend you not read the last paragraph, because that's just a comment on what the on what the NPCA wants. But the NPCA is going to want that regardless of whether you do this or not. Your concern is whether you think it's good planning to grant Mr. Madovic what he wants at this stage.
Okay, Councillor Wayne?
Yes, my reading of it is that it's purely an information item, and noted just for our information, the only way it could be tied in at all is the owner's given 2 years to create the new parcels. But even that doesn't have to do with the NPCA and what they want. This is just for our information as background to the rest of the report, and there's no bearing on.
Could I conclude then that this is not a required condition of the building department, that they're going to have to insist on this report if it's determined that it's not required?
No, you can't. You cannot make that conclusion. That is a matter that is within the jurisdiction of the chief building official. The chief building official has a separate legal jurisdiction.
And I understand he has to act as an agent for the province sometimes.
So he will make his determination as to whether it's a requirement for issuing a building permit or not. And he makes that completely independent.
I'm not asking that question, Mr. Dean. I'm asking the question of, if this remains as is in the recommendation, is he then bound to ask for the report even if it's not required?
This has no effect on the chief building official at all. Okay. This report does not affect the chief building official. This is just a comment to the council. The chief building official will make his own determination on his assessment of the legalities of the situation. But this is not a direction of the chief building official to ask for one, even if it's not required in law.
I think part of the confusion is the recommendation is just the first 2 points.
I understand that. The problem is sometimes that doesn't follow through afterwards at staff level.
So, council, just to be sure, to deal with I now understand Mr. Madovic's issue. This last paragraph is not a direction to the chief building official to require something that would not otherwise be required. Okay, so that's what I think what Mr. Lustig is concerned. The concern that's been raised is that there'd be an addition. It's only as, and this goes back to Mr. Madovic's first point, if it's not required in law, then don't require it. You're not adding any requirements here. All you're doing is deciding if it's good planning to lift the bylaw to create these lots.
Why was it in there anyway?
I can't answer that. I'm just...
Yes, Mr. Erlovich?
The Conservation Authority didn't want us to actually make this recommendation to council. They wanted the geotechnical studies supplied up front. I spoke with Mr. Madovic and his agent and agreed that I'd put the report on here, and basically we're saying it's going to be dealt with at the building permit stage. We agreed to that ahead of time. So it's a little bit, as the solicitor says, if the chief building official determines that it's necessary, it will be necessary. It's in a screening area for the Conservation Authority. We won't be able to issue the permit until we've got the comments back from the Conservation Authority. So it's, it's a bit of a cyclical thing, but all of that won't happen until the building permit is applied for. Mr. Madovic can't get his building permit until council approves this so he can separate his properties. So, they're kind of tied together.
The Conservation Authority is being completely impractical because Mr. Madovic can't demonstrate the dimensions of his lots until council's approved this provision. So, I mean, it's ridiculous for them to say, well, we want it first. He's got to be able to show them what his dimensions are first. So really, this should be done first.
So,
Thank you very much. Yeah.
as it stands now, this has already been approved?
Yeah.
And so...
Thank you for the clarification. I'm very satisfied. Thank you.
A lot cheaper than having Mr. Lustig here tonight asking the questions.
I'll send Ed my bill.
He owes you a cold one. Okay, next up we've got CW 2012-03. It's a renaming of northern portion of Falls Avenue to Blondin Avenue. Just have to ask if there's anyone here respecting the following. And I assume that there's not. Okay, so do we need to approve that separately? Motion to approve the report. Moved by Councillor Iannone, second by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Mr. Clerk, any additional bylaws or amendments for Council's consideration?
No, Your Worship. I think there was a spelling mistake in one of the bylaws that's been corrected and is in your handouts, but the gist of all the bylaws remain the same.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Gates to introduce the bylaws for a first reading. All those in favor? Okay.
Bylaws 2012-12 to 2012-21 read a first time.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrio. Read them for a second and third time. All those in favor?
Bylaws 2012-12 to 2012-21 read a second and third time and passed.
Okay. Any new business? It's just for the council to do new business? Sorry. Councillor Wing?
Yes, we had a report downstairs about the Gateway Urban Employment Lands, and I would like to make a motion. Actually, it's a resolution to the province requesting that they establish a Niagara Development Fund to serve as a catalyst for the development of this corridor, especially in light of the Fort Erie Slots closure. I think we have reason for the province to do for us what they did for Southwestern Ontario with the Southwestern Development Fund. So this is definitely something that could really give an economic incentive for the Gateway Economic Zone to get developed or to start developing as intended. So that's my first item. So that'll be my resolution.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Wing. Do we have a second by Councillor Thompson? Any discussion to the resolution? All those in favor? Okay, thank you.
And my second one is an announcement. The Niagara Falls Humane Society is having its second annual trivia night on Friday, April 13th at 7 p.m. at the Delphi Hall. There are still tables of 8 available. It's $160 per table. They've asked me to see if council would sponsor a table and show up, and I said, well, I know we did that once before for another organization, and we did show up, and it was a lot of fun, but I don't know what our chances are of getting everybody out. The other options are $100 sponsorship. We'll get a company's name on a table. They're still looking for donations of services, gift certificates, and items for the silent auction tables and door prizes. The other thing they're hoping council might do is agree to sponsor a round of trivia. So I will throw that out to the floor. And
what's the cost for?
I'm afraid I didn't get that. I know it's $100 to get a name on a table, so maybe we just want to sponsor a table. But,
okay, there's so a motion by Councillor Wing
to give some sort of sponsorship, and maybe the staff can find.
And when is that date?
It's Friday, April 13th.
Okay, before our next.
The next Friday, the 13th.
Okay.
7 p.m. Delphi Hall. Second annual trivia night. Tables of 8, $160 a table.
Oh, so it's 160 is a table of 8.
Yes, a table of 8, 160.
Okay. Well, is there enough interest to take a table? Yes, Councillor. Yep. Who else would be there to? Okay. Well, there's a motion to sponsor a table. Is that what it is?
That's what they're serving.
Roadkill. Yeah. We've got a silly. We've got a yeah.
There was a very interesting cake last year. It was in a brand new kitty litter box.
Oh.
And it was cake, and it was covered with, I don't know, some sort of granular thing.
Oh.
There's all kinds of candies in that. There's a scoop stuck in it. Apparently it was very delicious for those who actually ate it, but it's quite the interesting cake.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion by, did you want to speak to this issue, ma'am?
I wanted to speak about the bylaws. You kind of jumped to new business, and I didn't get a chance to address any of the bylaws.
No, it's not really appropriate, Ms. Veal. I know what your concerns are. You were here on the planning item. Now that the bylaws passed, your recourse is through an appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board.
Okay, so we have a motion, Councillor Wing, seconded by Councillor Iannone.
We'll get a table and send a team from council, and if enough councillors aren't available,
Bring
then
some
we'll
staff along?
Bring some staff, yes.
Okay.
And we'll see if we can trump everybody else in the city.
All right, so we've got, just be careful what you bet. All right, we've got a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. Okay, any other new business? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Morocco?
Yes.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you. The area between Ferry Street, Robinson, Stanley and Falls View Boulevard, used to be Buchanan, is an area in transition. It was previously zoned residential. It is more or less, it is now tourist commercial. And I've been dealing, and so have the owners of the Doubletree Hotel, which is one of the finest hotels we have in our community. But all around that area, there are about 10 or 12 derelict properties, a lot of them vacant. They've been there for many, many years. The family owners of the hotel have been attempting to deal with bylaw enforcement to try to improve the situation. It still looks, without exception, of a depressed area. Many of the houses are boarded up, vacant, and uninhabitable. The problem comes from the fact that many people have acquired these properties for investment purposes, and they're not either ready to go ahead or have not determined how they would want to go to develop those properties. So those houses stand there, and they stand there because as soon as they're demolished, and all of the people who own these properties would probably demolish them very quickly, with the exception that they are now vacant residential. When they demolish them, they become tourist commercial, and the taxes go up substantially. So as a result of that, and there's another one at the corner of 4 or 5 houses at the corner of Main and Murray that are in the same situation. The owner of those properties wanted to demolish them. He found out that rather than getting rid of an eyesore and cleaning up the property, that he was going to pay a substantial increase in taxes because it automatically becomes tourist commercial. I'm wondering if there is anything through the assessment department that even on a temporary basis would give these people some relief if they did demolish them, to clean up the area. It certainly is not going to happen unless something like this happens, and I'm sure that it would happen very quickly because even the property owners or the Doubletree people who own 1 or 2 of the properties there are reluctant to demolish the buildings simply because of the substantial increase. So first of all, it's a question, and I don't mind if we could have a report back to see if there's any mechanism on how we can help facilitate the demolition of these buildings, cleaning up the area, particularly going into the prime tourist area, by taking the pressure off these people by having an increase when they're trying to improve the area and they're not ready for development as yet. I don't know whether Mr. Harrison has any comment, or if there's a suitable resolution, or if there's a report that can come back to say you can do something or you can't, one way or the other. But it would be great if we could, because we clean up several areas within the city. So.
Mr. Harrison, anything on the tip of your tongue?
No, Mr. Mayor, but we'll certainly look into it and get you a report back.
Yeah, I'll just make a resolution, refer it to staff to see if they can come back with a report.
Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Wing. Any discussion of the motion? All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Great. Yes, Councillor Wing.
I just wanted to note on behalf of the Municipal Heritage Committee that there is a house on that section of Robinson which was brought to their attention by John Jupian last term when I was still on the committee. Well, I know which house it is. It's been identified in historical pamphlets published by the Lundy's Lane Historical Society. It was originally on Pier Street. It was moved from Pier to Robinson. Supposedly it was here at the time of the Battle of Lundy's Lane. I don't know if it's that old or not. It's definitely very old, but I just wanted the Municipal Heritage Committee to be consulted on that one particular property since we're discussing it amongst the others.
Okay. Next, new business, was it Councilor Morocco? Do you?
Sorry, I almost forgot, and I'll make it very quick, but I just wanted to, on a personal note, thank the doctor's office on Queen Street, Dr. Crass and Wasif, and I'd like to also thank the fire department for their quick response, as well as Niagara Falls Ambulance and the Greater Niagara General Hospital. Sometimes they don't get the appropriate thanks, but in this case, where it was my 19-month-old grandson who actually 19 days, yes, I'm sorry, I'm tired. A 19-day grandson who actually had breathing difficulties and basically stopped breathing due to a virus that young kids get, RSV, and that the Greater Niagara General Hospital reacted quickly and had a team from Sick Kids come down, where he ended up in McMaster, unresponded for 3 days, and I'm glad to say that he is now responding, and I thank everyone for their